Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims per month to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades, saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your posts, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. watching YouTube and swishy streams. All that content is bursting seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
Hello! How we doing, folks? Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Whew! We've been live non-stop. Hello. She got the rehab on deck? I always have the rehab on deck. I always need a little bit of a boost to make it through stream. Which is ironic because I also drink rehab to get sleepy. So, you know, it does both. Hello, all you adorable people! Hello, Damned Sputnik! Hello, Comrade Girl! Hello, Annalise Azura! Hello, Lee Suave! Hello, Ashley J. Curtis! Hello, Zach Fletcher! Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees! Hello, Bizbee! Hello, the Stegocephalian! Hello, Skull Bubble 9553! Hello, Queer Devil 666. Hello, G Klein. Hello, Failsafe. Hello, Kiva Indafer. Hello, Liz Galahad. Hello, T-Lafe. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Penguin Laurent. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello, Paladin Lost. The lostest paladin that I know. Hello. How we doing? Sounds kinda gay. It does indeed. Hello, Baba Booey. Hello, my rear end. Hello, Vaughn 400. Hello. Have I talked about how CCOD influencer Tyler Oliveira? No, but I have that on deck actually for tonight. I've been planning to do it the last several streams. Just such a load. You know, it takes a very specific mindset to dive into something like that, you know? Hello, Vaughn 400. Hello, King Kerplunk. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom, the metalist kitty we know. Hello, Caddy and Black. Hello, Dreaming of Kadath. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Do you know some found paladins? I don't. Hello, hello. Tomorrow's your birthday. We might be streaming long enough to talk about your birthday and do a little birthday song for you. Hello, Micah. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Not Smirt. Hello, Miss Evelyn. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, how we doing? The Vegan Rancor. Hello, Abyssal Liz. Hello, Matatiahu. Hello, Polaire. Hello, how we doing? Punky Gal. Hello, Coder Joe. Hello, Latzia. I also just woke up from a nap not that long ago. Can't believe we finally got Balaji / What If Alt Hist, and it was just as fucking insane as I expected. It was genuinely some of the most shocking things I've seen grown-ass adult men say to each other. Like, it was genuinely unhinged in the most extraordinary way, not complimentary. Hey, Zolta. Oof. You got to wear your new fancy dress today? Yeah! Hell yeah! Let's go! Hello, Mr. Malachite. Was that last night? It was indeed. We did a late night, like 4 or 5 hour long stream. Half expected them to start talking about Atlantis. You know, that Rudyard branching out to talk about Atlantis would be genuinely the least surprising thing in the universe to me. Hello, Fox of Fate. Hello, Sonnet. Whew. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Whew. I woke up today after sleeping in and then I worked out for about an hour, and then I ate 2 English muffins with 4 eggs and like 4 pieces of bacon, and then I promptly passed the fuck out again. And that's been like my entire day. I clearly needed some rest. Just Pythoned nonstop. It was really fucking good, by the way. That is Living. Yeah. Played some Eugenics too, which is a very fun game. Highly recommend. I also cleaned the house and did dishes and things. I contributed to the household. You're learning Python? Only in my tummy. Whew. All right, so folks, we are currently over halfway to our goal. But I'm going to tell you, if we get 50 subs this stream, whenever we hit 50 from this number, I will change into a different outfit. And I think you guys might enjoy seeing me in it. We'll see. Hopefully it looks good. I can debut a new look. Do I even want to know what learning Python in your tummy means? It means that I ate delicious English muffins with fried eggs and some bacon and cheese. You're allowed to take a day off. You do not have to justify a break. I know I don't have to. It's just usually during the daytime I'm extraordinarily busy, and today I was not. So it was really, really nice. But your sweatshirt looks so comfy. Yeah, but I'm willing to make the sacrifice for fashion. And then I will also try out a new look if you get an additional 50 subs on top of that. But, you know, is it the fish hat again? I don't have a fish hat. Are you okay, Tia Scoops? I've been taking college classes on C++. Is hard? I bet. I was not good at coding anything but Python. Muffin imported from England. Yeah, you can only call it an English muffin if it comes from the English part of the UK. Anything else is just a muffin. All right. You guys ready to jump into the show today? We got some hot takes. We got some content to cover. All right. Kimieto, saw you on YouTube today. Loved your chill political vibes. Thought I would follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Make yourself cozy. Excellent time to get like a drink or a snack before we dive in. We'll have a few breaks throughout, but you know, it's best when we're about to talk about potentially world-shattering events. Helps to have a little bit of water or a drink. Are the Greens cool in the UK? We'll talk about it. Oh, hot diggity damn, Paladin! Okay. Alright. Okay.
Y'all should go back and watch the Line VOD. Just to have Jack challenge people on the state of Thomas the Tank Engine's junk. Also, new outfit.
Paladin Lost, thank you for the 30 tier 1 subs. God damn. Alright. Thank you so goddamn much. And also, yes, people should watch the VOD of my last appearance on the line. I've been workshopping the Thomas the Tank Engine, you know, rhetorical trap. You know, some people have Coconut Island. I have Thomas the Tank Engine genitalia. Oh, fuck. What do you think about an AOC Jesse Ventura ticket? I think that sounds awful. Let Jesse Ventura be. Like, Jesse Ventura is just like, He's like a crazed old man who lives out in the wastes, and like just because he emerges from the wastes from time to time with like a semi-decent anti-government take, we shouldn't elect him to vice president. Let him go back. Let him go back to his wasteland dwelling, okay? He needs to finish knitting his raccoon rug, all right? Did I hear Engine Dahlia? You did. Jesse Ventura is the left's RFK. Yeah, he's happy out there. He's happy out there. It's a catch and release system we have with him. Oh god. Wait, what? When did Atom Eve get a sex change? I don't know what that even means. You must be like a fucking nerd.
Do.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 20 tier 1 subs. Shit, guys. Okay. All right. I did make a pact with you guys, so I will honor it. Can I request humbly to the two people who have gotten us across our goal line, Salmon Moose and Paladin, can I do the segment about the Green Party while I'm wearing a green shirt? Is that allowed? Can I do the, it won't be a long segment, and then I will change into the new outfit. Is that acceptable? I'll allow it. Do all the segments you want? Cool. All right. We'll do that, and then I will change into an outfit, because I wore this specifically because I thought it was a really nice green color for, you know, green, the stories about the Greens doing a green color thing, you know, that thing. Adam Eve is a character in Invincible. Oh, so I look hot. Cool. All right.
I love outfit changes.
Not smart. Thank you for the 3 tier 1 subs. And you guys will get your outfit change. You have earned it. I will have to do photosynthesis first. It's true. All right. Let's just jump right into the green story. I was going to hold this back because I did not think you guys were going to instantly shatter that goal. Where's my redeem? Oh, I'm so sorry, John Fallon. Sometimes I miss it. Daddy. All right. I thought the shirt was yellow. Nope, it's green. It's like a light green, like kind of like a minty green, but like a little faded. It's not like a bright mint. You know never to rely on us. It's true. I should never make plans. The best laid plans of jacks and riverboats and all that. Okay. Let's jump into this. So, folks, we need to talk about something that's unfolding in the UK, and I can't pretend to be an expert on British politics, the UK's politics, if you will. But I am gonna do my best to kind of untangle what happened
And
here.
Paul Verdi here. I humbly dono my 1 month's salary to remind you to join DSA. When's the last time you touched grass? Talking to people you don't live with or are related to. Do the things, chat.
That's true. If we want to have historic election upsets, much like those in the UK are experiencing right now, we need to organize in our local communities in DSA, and folks should do that. Go join your local DSA today. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG. And thank you very much for the $5 dono, NPOV Urti. Indeed. I love you guys and your characters. Okay. So, guys.
Hey River, ya lovely, hope you doing goods tonight.
Vinny Vega, I'm doing great. The world is absolutely falling apart. But you know what? We're doing our best to just laugh along with the chaos, all right? All right. Here we go. So, oh, we're going to try this again. So, folks, we need to talk about UK politics. Now, I'm not an expert on the UK or its political system, but I'm going to try to tell you guys the story of the most recent election that took place there in a small place called Gorton and Denton, which sounds like it would be two places, but it's apparently one place. I know we have to wrap our heads around
The
a lot of
horrors
confusing
persist
things.
yet, so die.
Indeed. Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono as well. Sorry, I've interrupted. God damn it.
Hello, I've interrupted here. Just wanted to say hi.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the show, guys. Even at the most inopportune of times, I appreciate it. So the UK had an election in Gorton and Denton, and I don't know how this works. That's one place, apparently. And it's pretty important that you know that right now in UK politics, there's a bit of a kerfuffle happening. And that's a word we use for, UK political conflict. It's a very technical term, kerfuffle. But what's happening is you have this party called Reform. And as far as I can tell, they're essentially British Nazis. And then you have Labour, which is currently in charge of, the mainstream political system in the UK. And then you have the Greens. Now, historically, the Greens have been a minority party that have worked together with Labour. However, Labour fractured enormously, and the Greens have now kind of risen in their stead because Labour, under Keir Starmer, has decided, hey, let's just appeal to conservatives. And for those of us in America, you might recognize this strategy as the one being championed by people like Chuck Schumer, people like Hakeem Jeffries, kind of the conservative to moderate wing of the Democratic Party. It's basically what they're trying to do as Labour. And
have some respect for Gordon and Denton. They were one of my favorite yacht rock one-hit wonder duos of the mid-80s. Be My Sex Watercraft was a bop.
What is... I hate that I don't know if that's an actual thing that people in the UK made. I don't know if that's a joke or not. I don't know if that's like an actual thing or not. But thank you for the $5 dono. So, Labour is effectively fracturing, and this comes on the heels of the conservative wing of British politics fracturing and giving rise to Reform. Okay? I'm doing a very terrible job explaining this, but I hope you all follow so far. Now, what wound up happening is that the MP from Gorton and Denton had to leave office because of health issues. And very conveniently, these health issues popped up right after he got caught in a scandal. And that scandal was essentially that he was going around and texting a bunch of folks, oh, hey, they seem like they're an agent for Mossad, or I hope that 72-year-old woman who didn't vote for me dies, or hey, dear resident, fuck your bins, or that person sounds too Jewish from their name. And, wound up being like a pretty big deal. He got sacked as the head of like their health Ministry of Health. And his name's Andrew Gwynn. And this was such a scandal that effectively everyone was like, yeah, okay, you have health issues. You want to retire and get out of the political spotlight. Okay, that makes sense. All right. So typically MPs in the UK can't just like resign. Like they have to go through a process, and like, the Labour government has to sign off on the resignation. Like it's a whole thing. But Labour put a stamp on this because they thought they had this in the bag. Historically, Gorton and Denton does not vote for the Greens or for Reform, and is pretty solidly Labour. And what happened here is more that, well, they thought they had it in the bag. In the past, there's been almost no green ground game in Gorton and Denton. There hasn't really been like a coherent third option there for lefties. However, what then happened was the Greens, despite this being a very low chance way of them to flip a seat and get a seat in Parliament, well, they gave it their best shot. And it turns out that in the current climate of UK politics, giving it their best shot was actually an incredibly dominant performance. And the Green candidate won. So basically, this is a colossal, and I want to extend congratulations to our friends across the pond, because this is effectively the equivalent of someone like, a Mamdani getting elected. This is a historic upset. This is something that may indicate that in about 10 weeks, when the UK goes to the polls for their national election, that Labour is going to get absolutely slaughtered by the Greens. And it's really, really cool and interesting to see happen. Okay?
WTH, do you mean trying gave them a chance to win?
Yeah.
This is insane.
It turns out when folks on the left actually organize locally and turn up and like show up, we can actually do some really, really cool stuff. And yeah, it's really, really great. So just to kind of give some highlights here, the Green Party leader Zach Polanski said before voting that his party was neck and neck with Reform UK to overturn Labour's 13,000 vote majority, and that Labour will need to search their conscience if Reform UK wins. Keir Starmer's party had targeted left-leaning voters in the Greater Manchester seat with claims that only Labour can see off Nigel Farage's Reform, saying that a vote for the Greens was, in effect, a vote for Reform. And effectively, Labour put all of their cards on the table and tried to guilt people into not voting for the Greens because you're essentially voting for the Nazis.
It's an even bigger fuck up. Starmer and the Labour NEC blocked a popular candidate named Andy Burnham because he could potentially lead a no confidence against Starmer.
Oh, yeah, no,
Labour finished third.
That was an additional component of the story I was just getting to. Because this is entirely Keir Starmer in a panic. Like, he's been desperately trying to hold together an incredibly fragile coalition that is keeping him in power. And, well, needless to say, he took a risk and he lost hard. He lost hard. Okay? And I want to just take a quick look. Oh, yeah, here's how... American press is talking about this. British Prime Minister suffers embarrassing election defeat in stronghold to Green Party. How big of a loss was it, you might ask? Let's see. Let's take a look. Oh, Prime Minister Keir Starmer's Labour Party suffered an embarrassing election defeat on Friday in an area of Greater Manchester that it had dominated for almost a century. Gorton and Denton, for almost the last 100 years, have voted for Labour. So, you know, when I say a historic upset, I do mean historic, okay? And I want to see exactly what the breakdown is here. Yeah, the Green Party won 40.7% of the vote. Reform won 28.7%, and Labour finished in third place with 25.4% of the vote. So, just to really clarify what happened here, not only did Keir Starmer gamble and lose by trying to fill this seat with, like, someone who would be loyal to him, he also revealed that basically Labour's entire strategy across all of the UK is complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. Okay? It is a huge reveal. And not only that, it comes right now, 10 weeks before the UK goes to vote again. And I want to emphasize that part because 10 weeks is enough time to start changing your tactics here. 10 weeks, I'm not super familiar with UK politics, but 10 weeks might be enough time to actually, roll out some pretty sizable changes to who gets elected. Every elected Labour leader right now in the UK is in full panic mode and is hopefully rightfully doing some soul searching here, because it kind of looks like Labour has now become the spoiler party that they were accusing the Greens of being in the lead up to this election. They won't change their tactics until it's too late. It's already too late. They've lost a place that they were winning for a century. It's done. It's done. Okay? And Crochet Whimsy, this is in the UK. It's a different voting system. But let's take a look at Hannah Spencer's victory speech. It's pretty short, but I think it's a good one. All right, here we go.
I declare that Hannah Catherine Spencer is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Gorton and Denton constituency.
I didn't grow up wanting to be a politician. I'm a plumber. And 2 weeks ago, during all this, I also qualified as a plasterer. Because even in chaos, even under pressure, I get things done. I am no different to every single person here in this constituency. I work hard. That is what we do. Except things have changed a lot over the last few decades, because working hard used to get you something. It got you a house, a nice life, holidays. It got you somewhere. But now, working hard, what does that get you? Because talk to anyone here and they will tell you. The people who work hard but can't put food on the table, can't get their kids' school uniforms, can't put their heating on, can't live off the pension they worked hard to save for, can't even begin to dream about ever having a holiday, ever. Because life has changed. Instead of working for a nice life, we're working to line the pockets of billionaires. We are being bled dry. And I don't think it's extreme or radical to think working hard should get you a nice life. We have shown that we don't have to accept being turned against each other at all. And we did this with the people who live here, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, just as we have always done in this constituency and in the whole of Greater Manchester. Because this is Manchester, and we do things differently here. Thank you so, so much to everybody. Thank you.
She's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. all congratulations to Hannah Spencer and her campaign, and to the people of Gorton and Denton. You chose well. I think this is a really, really strong showing. And I don't want to say that this is gonna like be the end of labor by any means. It could mean the end of Keir Starmer. And it could also mean that there is a sea change about to happen with the Labour Party as they scramble to maintain their power. This could be a really decent shot at, changing UK politics from the absolutely miserable slog it has been for like the last few years under Keir Starmer. It's been bad. I'm not gonna bullshit you on that one. But Hannah Spencer gives me hope, and I hope she gives you hope too. So congratulations to our friends across the Atlantic. Hope to see even more of these victories coming in the near future. And with that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think. And also, we need to organize so we can win like this here in the United States. All right? Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Radicalize your Democrats, make your DSA more effective, do both things, and we too can have a brighter future for working class people in the United States. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's super comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. It will fit, and you will like it. Check it out, link down below, and let's keep on going. Woo, we did it. How we doing, folks? Damn it, Riverboat Jack, we're watching Tyler. Yeah. Look. We might cover Tyler Oliveira. We might not. I don't know. We have a lot of other things to talk about, so it's kind of down there on my priority list for today. Democratic organizations are controlled by capitalist money. Yeah, and that's why you should join them and take their money and then like hijack their organizations. Like, oh, did you know those sailing vessels, those really big ones, are full of valuable cargo? Why, yes, I did. That's why we're on this pirate ship. UK voted that a man can't be a female? That's not what the UK voted for, you stupid bitch. Drink up me hearties, yo-ho indeed, Commander Razor, you get it. I thought you were on a riverboat? Being on a riverboat doesn't mean you can't also be a pirate boat. Starmer trying to fish for a vote in Gorton, but nobody trusted the Gorton's fishermen. God. Yeah, there are river pirates, probably. Christopher Roberts, I don't think you know what AI is. Because if you knew what AI is, you wouldn't have posted a comment like that. I'm so tempted to do a right-wing grift and use most of all the possible funds from that to donate to my fave streamers. Wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. All right, I'm going to change my outfit. I will be right back. You guys did get an outfit change. We have done the segment where I'm getting utility out of this green shirt. I will BRB. Oh, and this one goes out to all of the, transphobic people in the YouTube chat.
A bunch of bitches I've ever seen in the park. I'm telling you to your face. And if you don't like it, fuck you. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe. But no, you're here to terrorize this city. Fuck you. A bunch of bitches I've ever seen in the park. I'm telling you to your face. And if you don't like it, fuck you. They're fucking up this community. You can go home safe. But no, you're here to terrorize this city. Fuck you.
Racist, sexist, I did everything right and they indicted me. What nasty word? I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick, your dick. Racist, sexist, I did everything right and they indicted me. What nasty word? I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick, your dick. Augers. Go home to mommy.
Dude, that was so funny when she said there's a global conspiracy to promote homosexual degeneracy.
Racist, sexist, I did everything right and they indicted me. What nasty word? I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick, your dick. What nasty word?
Hello, I return. Been headbanging to this. It's a great banger. It's a banger. I don't usually do animal print, but this was really fun.
Wanted to drop this here, thought it was cute.
Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono. What is this? What dis? Is it a reference to something? Because I'm not sure what it is, but it's pretty cool. Neat. That is cute. Arcane? Oh, that would make sense. I haven't seen Arcane. I need to.
I continue to love outfit changes.
Thanks. Not smart. Thank you for the $15 dono. All right. Adorbs. That was adorable. Thank you for sharing, Nathan. Oh, Victor and Jace from Arcane. Oh. Why did he quiver at the end? I think because Victor has, like, a lot of mobility issues. Here's something that sums up Southern leftists. I can't see links when they're put in the Twitch chat. I'm sorry. But thank you for the 100 biddies. Oh, you put it in Riverboat chat. I can see that.
Bitches used to call me the tiller. Pocket watching on these fools, sir, and my Hellcat.
Spare a shilling, sir, please.
Well deserved. I cannot read, but I know there are ops right here. Sir, I don't think the Google Maps is properly loaded in.
Christopher Columbus?
Yes, sir. That's him! I have the specs of my Hellcat right here.
Is that right?
Yes. Read them aloud, sir. Penta.
6-7.
Okay. This is how we navigate the Hellcat through the streets.
What the fuck is this?
Bitches used to call me the tiller. Pocket watching on these fools.
This is Southern leftists. I had no idea. I had no idea they were pocket watching on all these fools. Southern where exactly? Along the southern coast of the Time Crumpet. We're all like this. Makes sense. So many of you just said we are all like this. It was only 2 of you, but you know, it's enough to have a consensus. All right. God. All right, let's talk about Crockett Tallarico, shall we? Let's do it. Tally ho, indeed. Shanty trapcore could be a thing. I you know, I can see it. Weirdly. All right. I'm further south than Holy Hall, and not like that. All right. Yes. Salmon Moose is so far south, she's beyond the Time Crumpet. Hell yeah, Annalise Azura, let's go. That's the attitude to have. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about the Crockett-Tallarico primary. It's coming up on March 3rd. We're only a handful of days removed from it. I think it's time for us to talk about it, right? Because I have some concerns. I have concerns. And I think we should maybe just like discuss it a little bit. Okay. So, hopping right in, what is the state of play at the moment? Well, right now, there's a lot of confusion about that because two competing polls came out. One showing Tallarico ahead, the other showing Jasmine Crockett ahead. And these polls are being used by, Tallarico's camp and Crockett's camp to show, yeah, we're doing good. And I think that that's interesting. And it's not surprising that this is going to be a close one. And I want to point out here that my concerns about this race don't stem necessarily from electability. They stem from concerns about the candidates. So let's dive into it. What exactly do I mean by that? So, number one is when I look at Tallarico's campaign versus Crockett's campaign, Jasmine Crockett's running some negative ads. Let's take a look at one of them right off the bat, okay? Here we go. Cue up the sound. Go.
Most politicians talk. Jasmine Crockett fights. When Trump and Abbott rigged the system for their donors, Jasmine Crockett takes the gloves off and hits back. They fight for the rich and powerful.
And as you can see, this is up until this point, like, I'm fully on board. But now I'm kind of like, what? Tallarico fights for the rich and powerful? Like, Tallarico, Trump, and Greg Abbott are all on the same team? Because I don't believe that. Like, that seems like blatantly dishonest. Or at least framework that strikes me as particularly dishonest,
Crockett fights for us.
And like, it's not like a big hit piece on Tallarico or anything, but it's a significant thing to run as like one of your official campaign ads, And I would like to compare that to, we can go take a look at one of Tallarico's ads here. And we'll go through his ads, and I haven't seen anything like that from his camp yet.
When I was 28, I almost died. I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. When I picked up my first insulin prescription, it cost me $684. I couldn't afford that. Most Texans can't either. So when I got to the Texas House, I took on Big Pharma and capped insulin at $25 a month. I'm James Tallarico. I know what it means to fight for my life. I approve this message because in the Senate, I'll fight for yours.
And like, that's pretty indicative of where a lot of his other ads are. You've got,
billionaires don't just influence politicians, they own them. That's why I don't take corporate PAC money. It's why I fought to cap campaign contributions. In the Senate, I'll ban billionaires from making unlimited secret donations. I'll stop members of Congress from trading stocks, and I'll raise taxes on those at the top to fund tax cuts for the rest of us. I'm James Tallarico, and I approve this message because our government should work for all of us, not just billionaires.
Oh God, I clicked on a Biden video. Biden jump scare. Jesus. God. But you can kind of get the vibe difference here. Like, look, it's not a like campaign ending thing from Jasmine Crockett's camp at all to like have an attack ad in like her campaign roster. But I do think it's an important data point, right? Let's take a look at something that I care deeply about, their positions on Israel and Gaza. Okay? I think that's important to note. Let's take a look. We're going to play a clip from the debate that they had. I would take a look at the debate they had, but it's getting copyright struck all over the place.
She is going off a Politico article.
She's going off a Politico article? Do you know which Politico article she's going off of? of
I'm
Tallarico
dancing with the
supporting
green
billionaires?
lady, white check mark emoji, green heart emoji, if you got it say puff puff pass pass. What a relief it is, face exhaling emoji.
Thanks for the $10 super chat. And thank you for the $5 super chat as well. I don't know which political article you're talking about, but let's take a look at their positions on Gaza.
Well, let's turn to foreign policy. Ms. Crockett, I have a question for you. What conditions, if any, should be placed on U.S. military aid to Israel? You have 60 seconds.
Yeah, so when it comes down to aid, I want people to understand that right now, again, we have an enforcement issue in this country. We have rules. If there is a violation of international law, then we are not supposed to continue to send the money. We are supposed to stop the money. Right now, our issue isn't whether or not we're writing enough laws. Our issue is whether or not we are actually going to enforce them. And right now, as we have Republicans that control the House, Republicans that control the Senate, and a Republican in the White House, unfortunately, there's a bunch of cowardness instead of courage to decide that they are going to say, this is the reports that we have, and therefore we need to enforce the law. I'm happy to say that in May of 2024, I signed on to a letter that was led by Representative Jayapal. That letter actually went to President Biden. It was specifically on this issue and saying, President Biden, you don't need to authorize further munitions at this moment because there is evidence that there are problems and therefore there are violations of international law.
Mr. Tallarico, same question. What conditions, if any, should be placed on U.S. military aid to Israel? You have 60 seconds.
As an educator who has fought for children, seeing what's happening in Gaza makes me sick to my stomach. I quoted a theologian the other day who said, I screamed at God for the starving children until I realized the starving children was God screaming at me. God is screaming at all of us in Gaza as we speak. Yes, Israel has a right to defend its people, certainly after October 7th, the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. But Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu does not have the right to wage war against civilians. He does not have the right to restrict aid. He does not have the right to use famine or collective punishment as tactics in that effort. And so I have said that if I'm in the United States Senate, I will use every bit of this country's financial and diplomatic leverage to end the death and destruction in Gaza, which means banning offensive weapons to the Netanyahu government and ensuring that we have candidates all across this country who are going to speak the truth about this issue. And I have done that repeatedly. I would not vote to Benjamin Netanyahu that he is currently using to slaughter children in Gaza.
So that clip, I think, is interesting for a few reasons, right? You don't need to be religious to restrict war crime stuff. True! But part of Tallarico's entire personal ethos, as well as the tact he's chosen for this campaign, is essentially billing himself as the dagger in the heart of Christian nationalism. The idea that he puts forward that Christian nationalism is a profound and deep perversion of what it means to be a Christian. And then he actually makes the case for that in his campaign speeches. And I think this is one of the cases in which I think it's a pretty savvy strategy. And on the other hand, Jasmine Crockett here in this response is pretty, I would say, guarded in her response, largely because she has voted on different legislation to advance arms to Israel. Now, I wanted to take a look here at this post from the Griot. Jasmine Crockett wants voters to know this about her position on Israel and Gaza. So, just scrolling down into this. All right. Though she has faced some of the same heat over Gaza that data shows plagued the 2024 presidential campaign of Kamala Harris, the U.S. Congresswoman did not back away from her record, telling the Griot, there are those that believe that Israel should be disarmed of any defensive arms, which basically boils down to Iron Dome. I've never stood out against Iron Dome and the funding that we have signed on to. in any of the aid packages was for defensive arms. She also pointed to a letter that she and other Democrats signed onto that was sent to then President Joe Biden, the one that she mentioned in her response. We felt like there were violations of international law, and therefore we encouraged the president to make sure that we were following our own law, she explained. As for her votes for U.S. spending on Israel's defense, Crockett argued that they were part of an omnibus, a package of unrelated bills. One of those omnibus bills that Crockett voted for, H.R. 7006, got pro-Palestinians really upset at the Texas lawmaker admits. That particular vote was for 2 out of our 12 appropriations so that we could keep the government open, explained the U.S. Senate candidate, who said she's voted for the funding package to protect federal workers and provide funding for other critical federal resources. Quote, there were 2 whole divisions of federal workers in this terrible economic environment that if I would have voted no, those 2 groups of federal workers, they would be in a shutdown and they wouldn't be getting any money. She continued, there was funding for public defenders, there was funding for HIV dollars, there was funding for small businesses, there was funding to make sure that we stay part of the United Nations so that hopefully we can protect ourselves domestically. 96% of the dollars were going for something other than Israel. And she also then followed up and said, there are people that may disagree. They may say, you know what, you should have said, forget it to all those federal workers. You should have said, forget it to all those dollars. You should have said, forget it because Israel was included in it. That is fine if that's where you stand. I just don't want people distorting what it is that I did. That's it. So that's something. And I gotta say, it doesn't sit super well with me because I think that we should be using all of the leverage we have to stop Israel doing what it's doing. That includes putting conditions on defensive arms, you know, to the extent any weapon is purely defensive, you know? And I do appreciate that she's being upfront and honest about this in this particular case. You know, I do appreciate that. But I have concerns about that kind of response. And also earlier in this piece, it's well pointed out by Jasmine Crockett that, you know, she has a record to defend, whereas Tallarico, he's never been on a national stage to make these decisions and have a foreign relations record, you know? So it can be easier for him to come out of conversations looking, you know, more clean, I guess, which makes sense to me. That being said, I'm still pretty uncomfortable with her stance. And now we have Kamala Harris jumping into this race. And this is being done for Kamala Harris to endorse Jasmine Crockett. And I have a lot of thoughts about this one, which is I don't doubt that this move is going to help Jasmine Crockett in the primary.
Better than a Republican, but still a hollow Dem. It's not what we need right now.
I mean, I don't know that it's hollow Dem. It's a genuine difference of position. You know, I you know, commend her for not shying away from it, but it's a difference in position that matters to me, you know. But what's interesting about Kamala Harris entering this fight, it's that Kamala Harris is going to help Jasmine Crockett in the primary, but she's going to hurt Jasmine Crockett in the general election. And I think that's not great. I do think that's not a great move, like strategically.
What Trump said about transgender people in the State of the Union address was utterly appalling or abhorrent. Fuck him.
True. Agreed. Yes. Thank you for the $5 super chat. But part of the issue is that this makes sense if you're a Democrat and you're on her strategy team, right? Because Kamala Harris is by far among polled Democrats one of the most popular politicians. Like, basically only AOC polls above Kamala Harris. And So this is going to help her generally with Democrats, but I got to let you guys know, I think that this is going to harm chances in the general, and that is not great. But again, my concerns about Jasmine Crockett kind of stem from how she's conducted herself as, you know, an elected official. Her position on Israel gives me a great deal of pause. But so does stuff like this. This is a news story from, you know, today. From The Atlantic. Elaine from Atlantic, she needs to leave. Representative Jasmine Crockett claimed I wasn't kicked out of her rally. Here's the audio. And this is a really odd interaction and piece that make me very worried about, like, Jasmine Crockett being able to hold it together. So I was not expecting Representative Jasmine Crockett's team to call me a top-notch hater, kick me out of her rally in Lubbock, Texas, and march me to the side of a county road to wait for a ride, but I was much more surprised by what the Congresswoman said later. A CBS reporter on Wednesday asked Crockett about a report that I'd been ejected from her rally and that her campaign had called the Capitol Police on a CNN journalist, alleging that he had trespassed by attempting to visit a campaign office. Quote, "It's silly season," Crockett said. "There is a specific journalist who is. She has a history of being less than truthful, and frankly, there's no evidence of anything that she's talking about." Unquote. The Democrat from Texas continued to riff. The journalist in question had been previously and successfully sued for defamation, she claimed. It is sad that there is any news outlet that actually would have her on staff when, Crockett said, the one thing that matters most is truth. I agree with the Congresswoman on the latter half of that statement, so let's get a few things straight. I've never been sued for defamation, let alone successfully. I did write a profile of the representative last year that she didn't like. Most important, I was thrown out of her rally. There is evidence because I recorded it. And, like, this is, it's troubling. I'm gonna level with you. It is deeply troubling to have a Democratic candidate for U.S. Senate who is kicking journalists out of her rally and then lying about it. You know? That's a pretty important thing, like freedom of journalism. Journalists are under attack by this current administration. Aligning yourself in that capacity with, you know, Donald Trump is, I think, pretty bad. You know, like I have some pretty severe problems with that. But before we get to the audio, let me quickly set the scene. On Monday morning, I showed up early to Crockett's community conversation in Lubbock and interviewed a handful of people in the line. At the entrance, I showed my Atlantic Press credential to a woman wearing a badge who waved me into the building. Because I was having a bad hair day and because I am trying to become a more of a hat person, I was wearing my favorite Menards baseball cap. After Crockett finished speaking, I attempted to join a closed-door press scrum with the Congresswoman that was open to the other reporters at the rally, but I was turned away, so I walked over to interview people in the crowd. That's when I heard my name from the same woman with the badge at the entrance and hit record on my iPhone. She asked me to leave, and armed security guards escorted me from the property. Here's the unedited script of what transpired. You can also listen to the audio for yourself. Let's take a listen.
Okay. Are you late? Yeah. Okay. Her team has asked you to leave. Me to leave? Yeah. So we're gonna. Can you get your stuff? And her team wants her to leave. And they're asking her to leave.
Okay.
Why are you asking me to leave? They just said Elaine from Atlantic, white girl with that hat and notepad. She's interviewing people in the crowd. She's a top-notch hater and will spin. She needs to leave.
We're gonna have to escort you out, man.
Okay.
Can we go out and leave?
Sure.
Super Dark Shadow Andy, thank you for the $20 dono. I very much appreciate it.
That's crazy. What are they afraid of?
Not sure, though. Told me to make sure you leave.
Doing your job. That's all right. Thank you. I have to get an Uber, so I'm gonna probably just wait outside for that.
That's fine.
Okay.
The Atlantic is a cesspool of neoliberal.
All right, I'm gonna stand here.
It's a bad look for Crockett, but the paranoia may be warranted.
1 second. I'll be right back.
Kick it off.
Oh, take my hand in your hand and walk with me to the promised land. Beat your drum and join the band, and we'll chase away the clouds of the morning. We don't need any more than we are. We don't have to be afraid. There is a power in these legs and arms and the voices that we can raise, saying no, we won't go away. I have heard the crowds of the old and the young when the steel canyons echoed with the songs that were sung, and the streets were filled and the law was undone, and the fever of the people was breaking. We don't need any hand-me-downs. We're not looking for charity. 'Cause we've been fooled, we've been jerked around, and there's only so much we can about to unfold, when another world will rise from the ashes of the old, and the meek will follow in the footsteps of the bold, when we realize what's ours for the taking. We don't need any weapons of war, not a drop of blood will fall away. They are many, but we are many more, and the sky will echo our refrain. No, we won't go away. Whoa, 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 whoa. The time it will come all over the earth. We will lay down our tools, their concessions will refuse. When there's nothing left to lose, throw our bodies on the gears and stop this infernal machine.
We have plowed and we have planted, we have gathered into bars, done the same work as the men, with babies in our arms. But you won't find our stories in most history books you read. We were there, we're still here, fighting for the things we need. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. From the textile mills in Lawrence to the sweatshops in New York, from the fields in California where our children had to work, we fought to make a living. Bread and roses was our pride. Though they jailed and beat our bodies, our spirit never died. We were there in the factory, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We were Polish, we were Irish, we were African and Jew, Italian and Latina, Chinese and Russian too. They tried to use our differences to split us all apart, but the pain we felt together touched the bottom of our heart. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines, and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We are teachers, we are doctors, we are cooks and engineers, letter carriers, truck drivers, conductors and cashiers. We operate machinery, we fly the airplanes, and we help to build our unions. We got struggle in our veins. We were there in the factories, we were there in the
screaming from the windows, trapped like a herd, nowhere to go. The 8th and 9th floors, facing an inferno of heat and flames, a living horror show. Young immigrants just trying to earn a living, brutally exploited in a place so unforgiving. One door was locked, the other was blocked. The elevator crashed, the fire escape collapsed. Choking from the smoke, unable to breathe. The fire engines came, but the ladders didn't reach. They started jumping, you could hear the thuds. 62 pools of mangled limbs and blood, 129 women, 17 men. Never see their friends or their family again. When you don't have a union, you don't have a chance. Death and injury will come to dance. The owners, Blank and Harris, were arrested and tried. With money and slick lawyers, justice was denied. But when the dead were buried, 100,000 came. The New Deal was born, it was time for a change. The triangle shirtwaist fire was a call. Wake up a movement, they died for us all. For a safer workplace and escape from poverty. Decent living wage, a life with dignity. Fight for the living, mourn for the dead. It's time to do what Mother Jones said. It's either race to the bottom or take the struggle higher. Don't let the lesson be forgotten of the shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. On the frontiers of the global wilderness, at the Hamim factory inside Bangladesh, a mirror image from a century before. A fire escape, locked and blocked doors, jumping from the windows of wage slavery down into the sidewalks of eternity. The causes unknown that can't be ignored. Another callous owner like all the ones before. 28 more who didn't have to die. On the altars of greed, it's just another sacrifice. Working for the Gap, Walmart and the rest. Places like Honduras, China, Bangladesh. 28 cents an hour, 7 days a week. A prison tower in a sweatshop factory. Behind the fancy clothes and toys they want to sell ya. Hundreds of fires they just don't tell ya. After decades of struggle, made things better than before. They shut them down and moved their jobs offshore. Out of sight, out of mind. They hope we never stop them, or they wage their class war and take us to the bottom. The triangle shirtwaist fire was a call. Wake up a movement, they died for us all. For a safer workplace and escape from poverty. A decent living wage, a life with dignity. Fight for the living, mourn for the dead. It's time to do what Mother Jones said. See the race to the bottom, or take this battle higher. Don't let the lesson be forgotten. Don't let the message be forgotten. Don't let the lesson be forgotten of the shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist.
How many Mozarts are born among the poor? taken by hunger or by disease or war. Where is the music that we might have heard if fortune was to say they should stay? How many live and die and never know their worth, toiling in darkness by an accident of birth? And can we truly hope for justice on this earth someday? We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. Sing that again, keep going. How many Mozarts born among the poor, taken by hunger, by disease or war? Where is the music that we might have heard if fortune was to say they should stay? How many live and die and never know their worth, toiling in darkness by an accident of birth? Can we truly hope for justice on this earth someday? Some born in hunger become prisoners of need. Some born in privilege become prisoners of greed. When will the people, and I mean all of us, be freed to find a way to say we shall live in peace? We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. And as we teeter on the brink of war again, and build our monuments to vain, ambitious men who talk about the road to peace, I wonder when on earth will they lead that way? And as power is passed to the most fortunate of sons, who spend their genius making money, making guns, will there be peace and justice for the humblest ones someday? Ah, but deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday, and we'll walk hand in hand someday, and we shall live in peace some way.
What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand. We'll walk hand in hand someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace. We shall live in peace someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome someday. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid today. Oh, deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. The whole wide world around. The whole wide world around. The whole wide world around today. Oh, deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. Deep in my heart, I still believe that we shall overcome someday. Dusted hills, brown fields, broken wheels that used to roll out the best. Boarded doors, closed stores and ghost towns all across the U.S. Broken dreams, abandoned terrain, silent machines of rusted remains. Helplessness and hopelessness was drifting over the plains, masquerading as the agents of change. Working mass, where is your class? Where is your will to survive? Salt of the earth, where is the work of worth that kept you alive? Your labor's lost, it's left in the cold. The human cost is uprooted souls. A slow motion holocaust with invisible hands, spread like a cancer all over the land. Oh, you better stand. Get up off your knees. struggle and resistance begun. Let your love for life spread like the wind. I said it before and I'll say it again. You better stand. Get up, you better stand. Hear up, you better stand. Stand or fall, stand or crawl before you fade and it's too late. It's getting late. They disinvest, scrap the best, run off to some foreign land. They merge your eyes, polarize all the wealth into just a few hands. Corporate greed, capital flight, refugees of industrial blight. Shattered, battered, tattered families and bankrupted lives for the victims of their free enterprise. Oh, you better stand. Get up off your knees. Oh, you better stand. Get back on your feet. Let your struggle and resistance begin. Let your love for life spread like the wind. I said it before, I'll keep it saying again. You better stand. Get up, you better stand. Hear up, you better stand. It's the only thing you'll both leave and take with you when you're gone. When you're bobbed in the doggy dug, when looking out for number one won't do, when you're broke at the end of your rope, the whole world is caving in on you. I think you need some solidarity. When you're trapped under attack, when the vultures are circling over you, when you're in hock, hit bottom rock, the reins of poverty are jerking on you. I think you need a shot of solidarity. When you're stuck knee deep in mud, wiped away by a flood or a hurricane, when you've been torn by some brutal storm, standing abandoned in the pouring rain, I think you need some solidarity. Not charity, but solidarity. When all that's lost and you've been tossed to the wolves of a system that don't give a damn, the only way we'll live to see a better day is when we band and join forces again. When you're on strike in the middle of a fight, about to crack and you're up against the wall, when you've been burned, got nowhere to turn, on the edge of a ledge, getting ready to fall, I think you need a shot of solidarity. Not sympathy, but solidarity. They rule the seas, they're the powers that be. solidarity. Yeah, you and me in solidarity. We're standing here together. We'll make the world much with love and honesty. We're standing here together. We'll make the world much in solidarity. We're standing here together. I think you knew we'll make the world much in solidarity.
I live here on a Powderhorn Street, where ICE agents walk the beat, with a signing bonus $50,000. When we saw those vicious goons steal our neighbors from their rooms, we went out into the streets and yelled and hollered, "Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis." Very good. Won't you tell her how you stood in the way of Renee Good, how she tried to leave but you were too afraid of her, how she did just what you said, so you shot her in the head for the crime of standing up for her own neighbors. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. I bet you felt so big and strong when Nurse Pretty came along, and he tried to shield a woman you were beating. 6 agents held him down, and you shot him on the ground, and stood around to watch him as he lay there bleeding. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come, let us hear you tell how you serve the country well, gassing children in their schools and cars and houses, and how the nation's great distress can be solved by DHS if you repress the rage your cruelty arouses. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. From the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Thank you so much. My name is Ben Grosscup. Good to be with you today. Thanks for coming out.
Hello, I'm back. I'm so sorry. There was an emergency, and that emergency was that I missed my partner and she came home from work. So I was able to say hello and also smooch a little bit. But also we had to talk about some stuff. But I am back. We are here to continue the segment. Sorry. Please don't look at what we say when you were gone. I won't. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see. This sounds like AI. It's literally a guy out protesting, playing his guitar. It's about as removed from AI as you could fucking get. Oof. Don't look at what we said? Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, we're back, baby! I had a shit day from being rejected from a paralegal position. I cried at my customer service job. I'm sorry, Smelanie. That sucks. A tweaked version of Come Out Ye Black and Tans? Yeah. It's Come Out Ye Cowards Ice. It's very clear. Like, yes. It is based on the song Come Out Ye Black and Tans. Because sometimes people tweak songs so that they take on new or additional meanings that they didn't have before. That's how a lot of things work. Never been so happy to worry over nothing. I'm sorry. Link? It's in the playlist. If you use !playlist, there's a link to the song, but here's a link to the playlist and the song specifically. There you go. All right. I'm so sorry that it took me so long to get back. Harumph, harumph. Oh my goodness. Okay. Y'all ready? What's the band that did Triangle Shirtwaist Fire? It's Mike Stout did that song. I think it's like Mike Stout. Mike Stout has had several different bands. Mike Stout and the Human Union. There you go. This is an anti-free speech zone? Why, did you try and say the N-word and get banned on your alt? Did you what did you try and post like child sex abuse material and you got like what banned by Google? Like I gotta be honest with you guys, it's really hard to get banned from my chat, but y'all have just found the way to like consistently do it. It's crazy. It's Fire's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Firecrafted Gaming. Happy birthday to you and many more. There you go. Okay. Let's jump back into this, because I think the Tallarico Crockett conversation is important. All right. So, what's going on here? And I understand some people have reservations, like, oh, well, the Atlantic, they're a bunch of neoliberal folks. Jasmine Crockett is a lib. Like, she's not a progressive Democrat. And to be clear, Tallarico's also not a progressive Democrat. Like, he's got a good set of policies, but like I don't really expect him to be like a member of the squad per se. I expect him to be doing things that, you know, are rational actions that a liberal would take in the face of fascism, unlike, you know, a Chuck Schumer or a Hakeem Jeffries type. But like the excuse that the Atlantic has a bunch of liberals and neoliberals working for it, and thus maybe she was justified in like kicking a journalist out, it doesn't hold water for me. You got to be able to like talk to journalists who are both friendly and hostile to your ideas. That's like actually a pretty important component of doing the job. And so it doesn't really make sense to me to be like, well, you know, maybe this journalist had it coming, because like I still don't like that. Like I think that there is a big difference between like kicking out, you know, someone who is a credentialed reporter and kicking out someone like, you know, like a Tyler Oliveira or like a, you know, Nick Shirley type, you know, like kicking out actual journalists is a big problem. Okay. Tallarico is where I think moderates would be if they weren't corporate stooges / Republican light. Yeah, I think that is correct, shoot bang. And I'm not going to champion Tallarico or Crockett as if they are these, you know, progressive scions of the Democratic Party, because they're just not. They're just not.
Freedom of speech means the government won't put you in prison for saying vile things in a nonviolent way, but it also means other people can tell you to shut the funk up.
That's true. Telling people to shut the funk up is a time-honored tradition of freedom of speech. That's true. Journalists versus deluded bloggers. Yeah, like, I think that there is an important difference. And I think, you know, number one, if this journalist was kicked out of Crockett's event for justifiable reasons, then I'd love to hear those justifiable reasons. But I don't really love it when a journalist is kicked out of an event and then a politician lies about it. I think that that's actually really bad. And if that is an indication of how Crockett would be as an elected member of the US Senate, I think that's bad. I think that this could be like a, you know, John Fetterman situation. And I'm really worried about that. And I guess where I'm at here, let's finish playing the audio clip. We're almost done with it. It's like 30 more seconds long.
Because I don't want to stand.
You get up, you have to leave.
You gotta get off the.
You have to leave the property. You can wait outside the gate. That'd be great.
Okay. All right.
I guess that's the end of the important bits. After getting picked up by the Uber, I went straight to Lubbock's famous prairie dog town, where I received a warmer welcome. I called Crockett directly today to ask about all of this. When she answered and I told her who was calling, she said, "Oh," sounding surprised, and hung up. She did not respond to my follow-up texts. And yeah. I just gotta say, I think that's weird. I think that that's a really bad sign when an elected official is banning journalists from their events and then lying about it and then dodging confrontation about it, you know? And I guess to tie this all together, I would really like to play this clip from a Tallarico kind of town hall event that he put together. This is from Laredo, Texas, earlier this month, I think.
Preach about love, but isn't that just too weak for the moment that we're in today?
My faith teaches me that love is the strongest force in the universe. Love is not passive. Love is not neutral. Love is not weak. Sometimes love requires that we stand between the bullies and the bullied. Love sometimes requires that we look evil in the eye and not blink. Love sometimes requires that we flip over the tables of injustice. That kind of love has always been a threat to the powers that be.
In my experience, when you extend an open hand instead of a closed fist, you'll be surprised by who takes that hand. That's how I flipped a Trump district in a red county. That's how I passed major bills in a Republican-dominated body. And that is how we are going to flip this seat in Texas in November. If you hate politics and you've never voted before, you have a place in this campaign. If you've voted for Democrats, but you're tired of DC Democrats always folding, you have a place in this campaign. And if you voted for Donald Trump, but you are fed up with the extremism and the corruption in our government, you have a place in this campaign. A new kind of politics is possible. It's waiting to be born through all of us. And a movement that radiates that kind of love is unstoppable. I really appreciate that question because I think a lot of us sometimes doubt whether love is going to win, whether love can get us through. I know that kind of doubt. And I guess what I'm asking from all of you is faith. Whether you're religious or not, faith in that kind of love, because it's the only thing that's going to get us out of this mess.
Hello, Mr.
Hi.
Tallarico.
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous. It's not a question, comment, more
Yeah.
that's kind of going back to what you were saying with the gentleman's question about isn't love a little bit too soft right
Yeah.
now? And your response, so I'm going to tell myself right now, I've never voted before, never even bothered to register. Mainly, I joined and I enlisted in the military from a very young age. I didn't consider myself Republican or Democrat. I don't follow organized religion, but just hearing your voice, everything you talk about, all of just you yourself, your values, that's how I identify myself, and it's working. Your campaign is working because of you, I've decided, you know what, my voice does matter. You're not hating, you're not talking hate, you're not spewing hate, you're speaking truth and in a compassionate way, and that just resonates completely with me. So thank you so much.
And like I don't know. I think this guy's got the sauce. Also, he apparently made a lot of Republicans very angry by saying that God is non-binary. So I think we're in pretty good hands as far as like trans rights go, at least in his campaign. And I know Jasmine Crockett is also pretty good on LGBTQ issues. My issue with both these candidates isn't necessarily where they are on issues related to trans people. It really comes down to some fine lines for me on their positions with Gaza, their positions when it comes to how they interact with people and the press in a way that I think is constructive for the current time. I like that Jasmine Crockett is willing to fight. I like when she goes into fight mode. I don't when it's in like a political arena. I don't particularly like when she goes into fight mode against journalists. I don't think that it's particularly good when she lies on the record. I think that that's bad. Similarly, there were attacks that Jasmine Crockett's campaign leveled against Tallarico when they found an Instagram, a person on Instagram or TikTok, I think, who is saying that Tallarico had said Colin Allred was a, unimpressive black man, I think, was the phrase. And Tallarico didn't say that. Tallarico was talking about how Colin Allred ran an unimpressive campaign. And, like, that got amplified by Crockett's campaign, and I think it's kind of dishonest. Mediocre, yes, mediocre. The accusation was that Tallarico said that Colin Allred was a mediocre black man, and Tallarico denies using those words and instead says that he was talking about how Colin Allred ran a mediocre campaign, which is, let's be clear about this, Colin Allred's campaign was mediocre. And I guess the thing that I am having trouble with here is that Jasmine Crockett, in a number of different ways, is coming across as somebody who I don't think can be fully trusted. And that's a problem. Like that's a pretty big problem for me. I don't live in Texas, so, you know, folks there will have to make up their minds. And you know, the other part of this is like the lying component isn't limited to just this campaign season. Late last year, she said, I think Lee Zeldin was taking money from Jeffrey Epstein or something like that. And Lee Zeldin is a Republican finance guy. So it wouldn't seem that out of pocket for him to be taking money from Epstein. But that turned out not to be true. And then Jasmine Crockett just went ahead and said, "Oh, I never said that." But there's video of her saying it. And it's frustrating because I would like this campaign to be between two pretty good choices, but I don't think that's what we are ultimately ending up with here. Yeah, there are just a number of things to me that matter despite being, and I do want to emphasize this, I think relatively small concerns, but given that there's not that much difference between these two candidates on their positions outside of, you know, Gaza, I think. Well, I think those small differences matter. Those small differences matter. And I guess that's where I land. And your mileage may vary on those small differences. And folks, just remember to go out there and vote in the Democratic primary on March 3rd if you're in Texas. All that being said, let me know what you think down in the comments. Am I making a mountain out of a molehill? Maybe, maybe not. Let me know. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button. Also, get organized in your local Dems. Get organized in your local DSA. When you are organized in your Dems and your DSA, you get to have a much larger hand in what happens in the primaries, which is what's happening right now. So get organized today, folks. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. And go check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. There you go. Yeah, as a former Texan, I was originally optimistic about both of them, but the way Crockett has run her campaign and weaponized her supporters has been concerning. Yeah. I think so. Let's see. Smexy? What is that? All right. Oh god, another Biden jump scare. I clicked on this tab. This isn't even supposed to be Joe Biden. I just clicked on this tab. Whew, he's looking rough. He is looking rough. How does he sound, though?
I was president, we created over 16 million jobs in America. We're the lowest average unemployment rate in 50 years. In fact, my last year as President of the United States, 2024, we created just the last year, 2.2 million additional jobs. You know how many jobs Trump's created in his first year as president? 185,000 jobs. Total. That's it. Of course, it shouldn't be a surprise. Trump's the only president, other than Herbert Hoover, who had fewer jobs when he left office than when he came into office. That's a fact. And by the way,
You know, he's coming across a lot better now that we've had it like a year and a half of Trump. He's still old as dirt, though, and definitely is benefiting from having been able to take a nap prior to this, but damn. Yo, it's that guy I hate. Yeah. All right. Closing that story. Let's talk about Donald Trump tumbling in the numbers, okay? This is recent Biden. That was Biden responding to Trump's State of the Union. Nobody tell the establishment Dems about necromancy. They'll never leave office. True. True. All right. There we go. We got the story queued up. You guys ready? You guys ready? Yeah, also for having very, good to remind us here, Comrade Girl, Biden also has stage 4 cancer. For a guy who's like as old as dirt and has a stage 4 cancer, that's pretty goddamn peppy. That's pretty goddamn peppy. All right. Ready? Here we go. So, folks, we got to talk about Donald Trump having horrific poll numbers. Just horrific poll numbers. The idea with Donald Trump's State of the Union address was that he was trying to change course a little bit while also doubling down on things that are traditionally seen as his strengths or the strengths that Republicans have, like being better on finances, being better on immigration, at least in the conventional wisdom. We all know that Republicans are not better on either of those things, but the general public's perception is that Republicans are better on those things. Well, that goal was not achieved with the State of the Union, according to some new polling out from G. Elliott Morris over at Strength in Numbers. Let's take a look here. After the State of the Union, voters see Trump as focused on wrong issues. He is mostly focused on the issues that matter most to me, 30%. He's mostly focused on other things, 57%, and 13% not sure. Now, that's really, really bad considering this was supposed to be the speech where he showed that he was back on track. Like, oh, yeah, we know that we've been falling in the poll numbers on everything, but here's our plan, our roadmap to get back on track. He did not succeed with that. He didn't succeed with that one bit. All right. Let's take a look at this. Again, this is from Strength in Numbers /Verisite. People who watched the State of the Union think Trump focused on immigration, deportations, and not affordability. Issue most important to me personally, prices and inflation by far, 29% responded that. And Trump spent 9% of his speech talking about that issue. 17% jobs in the economy, that roughly tracks. 14% of his speech was about that. But only 6% of respondents thought that immigration was the top issue. And he spent 21% of his speech talking about that. And the rest of his speech was predominantly made up of talking about deportation, which people do not really give a shit about. At least as far as their number one issue. Most of his speech was then taken up by, giving out medals and talking about hockey with a bunch of chuckleheads. like, what he did here is show how out of touch he is. You know? Yet, the wild part is that none of the people cared about trans people. Isn't that strange? Isn't that so strange? 14% of people said their number one issue was healthcare. He only spent 2% of his speech on that. He was just very out of touch with what people actually care about. Which is, you know, I want to say, like, something that is becoming more and more apparent, I think, to Republicans, is how divorced he is from their everyday lived experience. Like, he does not give a shit about you and will throw you under the bus, you know? And so it's pretty interesting to see, especially on the issues over time, his approval rating here. And you can see he has reached record lows on border security, crime and public safety perception, immigration, deportations, government funding and social programs, healthcare, prices, inflation. He's underwater on basically everything at this point. It's a really bad situation if you are Donald Trump. You know? It's, well, I want to say it's devastating, but I think something even more devastating came out in some polls. All right? Which is this poll, also again from Elliot Morris in Strength in Numbers. Americans call Republicans extreme and Democrats weak. So basically from this polling, it's just public perceptions on the Republican Party and the Democratic Party broadly. And what you'll notice here is that, you know, only 31% of Democrats think the Democratic Party comes across as tough. Only 31% thinks they come across as cruel. Only 42 think that Democrats are extreme. Interestingly, only 43% of respondents see the Democratic Party as elitist, which is a colossal flip because apparently now the majority of Americans view Republicans as the elites. The very elites that Republicans have campaigned about opposing that's now the perception that they have among the general population. And what is really important about that is this is the perfect opportunity to deploy that Epstein class rhetoric. We are in the perfect environment right now for every single Democrat running in the midterms to start talking about how their opponents are propped up by the Epstein class. This should be like commonplace. It should be the number one message that they put out there every single time they get in front of a microphone. Every single time they get in front of a microphone, they have to be talking about how Republicans are elitists, Republicans are, you know, working for the Epstein class, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? We shouldn't count on them doing jack shit. I'm not saying we should count on them, but I am saying that that's what they should do. Does that make sense? There's a difference between saying, well, you should all dependably rely on Republicans, Democrats to do this, and saying that's what they should do. All right? Now, whether or not they will remains to be seen. Some of them are, you know. But now Democrats are seen as competent. They're seen as principled. But overwhelmingly, they're seen as weak, empathetic, ineffective. And that's a problem. Essentially, what this poll says to me is that the Chuck Schumer wing needs to fucking go. The Chuck Schumer wing of this needs to go. And more people need to start stepping up and, like, calling out Donald Trump as, like, a child predator, you know? More people need to start stepping up and talking about how, you know, Mitch McConnell is a supporter of the Epstein class. You know, more of this needs to happen. Right? This needs to happen from every single Democrat who has the spine to do it. And Democrats who don't have the spine need to fucking leave. You know? I think that that's just readily apparent from this. And it's also dictating how the Trump administration is responding to the upcoming midterms, right? So, for example, earlier yesterday, the Justice Department launched a lawsuit against 5 Republican states, mostly Republican states. You know, Utah, Oklahoma, West Virginia, Kentucky, and New Jersey. So 4 Republican states, 1 Democratic state, in order to obtain their voter registration databases with unredacted information. This is only something you do if you're intending to try and rig the election. It's only something you're trying to do if you're trying to come up with bullshit excuses to, like, you know, undo democracy, right? And the fact that they are even targeting Republican states, that is a mark of desperation. It is a fucking mark of desperation because they are now polling so low that they're worried they're going to be losing Republican states. Okay? That's how bad the polling is right now for Donald Trump and the wider Republican Party. And what's going on as well is the fact that Republicans can't really escape from the fact that they are ghouls and working on the orders of even larger, eviler ghouls. I mean, like, look at this. Well, look at this clip from a Republican senator talking about the American people.
I think Republicans are doing right now. You're involved closely with agriculture. You're on the committee. Price of food is high. We just did a story this week on price of beef continuing to go up. What are Republicans doing to get this cost of living under control?
Well, the good thing is we passed what we call the One Big Beautiful Bill. There are so many things in there. Just the child tax credits, that will affect 40 million families. There are all the reduction to make the cuts permanent. It is so many opportunities there that once that they go into play, just with getting your tax refund in 2026 is going to be bigger. And once we can get those things implemented, you're going to see a difference. But right now, you know, the cost of fuel. Everything in this place at one time was on a truck. So anytime you go to purchase anything, if you're going to build anything, the price of fuel affects everything. So with that being down, you know, with the Gulf of America right out our door right here, beautiful Gulf Coast, no permitting, no drilling for 4 years, no permitting. So now that we can undo some of those cumbersome things that restricted energy production, you're even going to see that even in a more significant way. But it is on everybody's mind. You know, it certainly is me at my house. And, you know, you have so many proteins to choose from, and all commodities go through peaks and valleys. You know, it is a global market, but we will be seeing a difference, I truly believe, because of so many things.
What do you think?
People are struggling. How are you going to help them? Well, let me tell you about this BS bill that gets rid healthcare funding and gives it to billionaires.
You have so many proteins to choose from. Just eat some proteins. Just eat, you can eat the bugs. Did you know that bugs are free and will live in your house and or apartment? That's a great way to cut some costs. Eat some proteins. Like, it's genuinely unhinged stuff. This cannot, like, I'm sorry, if this person represents you, you know that she's fucking you over. She's fucking you over, and all the Republicans know it, all of the Democrats know it, she knows it. And I mean, like, you can't really watch clips from this administration or anyone who is remotely supportive of it without being like, oh, well, you know, look, they're doing their best. Like, no, I'm sorry. It's all batshit.
America is approaching its 250th birthday. Many patriots are seeking ways to celebrate the patriotism now spreading to on-air broadcasts. Mr. Chairman, you announced your Pledge America campaign, encouraging broadcasters to air more pro-America content, such as starting each day with the Star-Spangled Banner or the Pledge of Allegiance. Tell us more. What kind of a response are you getting?
Yeah, no. It's totally normal to broadcast a pledge of allegiance to the great leader every day. Uh-huh. Super cool and normal. Definitely nothing sinister going on here. You must pledge your allegiance to the great leader, or else. God. And I want to highlight that, again, this administration doesn't push through ideas like, oh, we'll air the Pledge of Allegiance every day on television before every broadcast. Like, without the knowledge behind the scenes that they are deeply unpopular. They are deeply unpopular, and they're trying to create the impression that they're popular. They're trying to enforce compliance. They're trying to do all these things. And it's just, I don't think it's working, but they're going to try it, you know? And on top of that, you don't necessarily, look, if things are going well, you don't need one of your best billionaire friends in charge of all of the media. If you are winning the hearts and minds of the American people, you don't need to have your BFF take over all of your
I just did my
enemy
taxes
media
today,
companies.
and I am going to get about $40 more on my tax refund. That'll definitely outweigh the hundreds to thousands of dollars extra I have to spend on groceries a year.
Indeed not, Smart. Thank you for the $5 dono. But yeah, like, people are going to notice this hurting them, but they're also going to notice the fact that, like, all of the media is now being controlled by one family. That's surely the sign of a healthy democracy, right? Just in case you are wondering what all is going to be controlled by the Ellisons, they're going to control Paramount. They're going to control... Pull this over here. They're going to control Paramount, Warner Brothers Discovery, Oracle, TikTok, CBS, CNN, HBO, MTV, TCM, TNT, Adult Swim, Comedy Central, Cartoon Network, DC Studios, Showtime, Nickelodeon, Paramount Plus. They're going to be effectively running The Daily Show, basically Star Trek, South Park, DC Comics, Game of Thrones, Harry Potter, Looney Tunes. And did the Warner Brothers bid get approved? Netflix is bowing out of the deal, so at this point, the only contender is the Ellisons. And the Trump administration is not going to block that. Yeah, it's going to be a sizable chunk of your media in the mainstream, you know? It's going to be very, very bad. And I also have to say, if things are gonna go, if things are going well, I don't think you have an interaction like this.
Governor Pritzker posted on social media that they're planning to seal the 2026 midterm elections. In fact, he says the plan is already underway. How do you respond to Governor Pritzker?
Well, he's got to focus on crime in his state. The crime in his state's doing very badly. If we went and took care of it, what we would do, just like Washington, D.C., we have no crime. Memphis, it's down 82%. Louisiana, you take a look at Louisiana, what he should really do is focus on crime in his state, because there's too much of it.
So, in case you had trouble hearing that, he got asked about Governor J.B. Pritzker saying that Donald Trump was trying to steal the 2026 midterm election. And instead of saying no, he said, well, he better focus on crime in his state, which, again, is not a denial, which is not something that happens when you're doing
Who told you
something right.
THST is my
you know?
favorite response I've ever heard from Trump?
Well, we're about to get to the next clip, so you're a little ahead of us, but thank you for the $5 dono, Nathan. Here's the next clip of, signs that things are definitely going really well.
National emergency around the midterm elections. There's been reporting that there's an executive order, proposed executive order about this. Are you looking at that? Are you considering that? National emergency around the midterm elections.
What an interesting answer. Are you considering declaring a national emergency around the midterm elections? And his response is, who told you that? Not a no, not a denial. Like, he's asked multiple times about stealing the midterm elections, and he doesn't deny it any of the times, except when he perks his ears up at, who told you that? Like, his brain is soup, and he's given away the entire game. Given away the entire game. Actual Jake, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. And one last thing, which is, we know that he's going to try to take the midterms. He's going to try some shit. All right? He's going to try some shit. And we know this because Democracy Docket actually got a copy of the emergency executive order that he's planning on signing later this year. And apparently, top Democrats have gotten copies as well. Hakeem Jeffries, of course, coming out and saying it's bad. Don't, once again, the president appears intent on manufacturing conspiracy theories so Republicans can desperately cling to power, and their extreme agenda is being overwhelmingly rejected by the American people. I'm sorry, this is like the weakest response I can possibly imagine to like a fucking civil war starting power grab, which is what is being alleged here, but okay. The draft of the order, which is said to be based on a conspiracy theory that China interfered with the 2020 election, would allow Trump to unilaterally ban mail-in ballots and voting machines on the basis that they are susceptible to foreign interference. The order comes from MAGA activists who have been coordinating with the White House. One of the advocates for the order is Peter Tickton, the attorney for Tina Peters, the former GOP Colorado County clerk, who is currently serving a 9-year state prison sentence for her role in a 2021 voting systems breach. In an email to Democracy Docket, Tickton provided a legal memo that outlines how exactly he believes the president has the constitutional authority to declare an emergency and seize control of elections, which is said to be the basis for the draft emergency order. Experts have shredded the order's reasoning. I have worked on 264 legal cases and matters against the Trump administration, including helping secure the injunction to stop his first executive order on elections. Norm Eisen, the executive chair of State Democracy Defenders Fund, and a former Obama administration official, said in a statement, "If he tries this, it will be 265. This is unconstitutional and insane." And I feel like that really just kind of sums things up here, because one, we know he's going to try shit. We know that. But our job is to show up on election day anyway and vote. If they try to ban mail-in votes, if they try to ban voting machines, our job is to show the fuck up even harder. Okay? And like that's it, full stop. Our job doesn't really change. However, I will say that it's worth pointing out here that the legal basis for this is absolute dog shit. Like, I'm sorry, even declaring a national emergency does not give the president the authority or the power to cancel elections. This is the kind of power grab that like gets, people executed for treason. Like, to be fully transparent with you guys. So that's kind of where we're at here. We are at the level of like panic within the Trump White House, within the Trump administration, within the Republican Party, where Republicans are coming out and just being like, "Yeah, we'll save ourselves by making people do the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll save ourselves with the Star Spangled Banner. That'll make us popular again. Oh yeah. Oh look. Well, let them eat proteins. Uh." None of this is going to help them. And the fact that our soup-brained president, even in his, mental stupor, is able to be like, wait, yes, I am planning on declaring a national emergency. Oh, who told you that? Like, that tells you even he, in his soup-brained status, is aware that this is going... that he's right now being devastated. The public does not like him. The Epstein files are closing in. Like, he's being walled in on every conceivable avenue that he wanted to take, and it's, I'm sure, not very comfortable for him. And you know what? I think that's lovely. So we're in for a scary time in the immediate future, but that doesn't change our job. We have to organize. We have to get enough of us together that we are ready for whatever kind of bullshit he and this administration throw at us. Okay? We need to be able to do that. Bill Clinton is calling Trump the Epstein class. Do you know how far it is for Bill Clinton to say that? Exactly. Like, the polls have all shifted against him. The attitude of the American public has shifted against him. And I think we should take some heart in that, while using that to fuel ourselves to even greater acts of organization. So, all that being said, folks, show up for your local communities, show up at meetings, show up at your local DSA, show up at your local Dems, get to work. Please, I beg of you, make your local Democrats more radical, make your local DSA more effective. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help organizing your DSA, reach out to your local Dems for help, reach out to Dragonfly for help making your local Dems more progressive. And let's use the democratic levers of power that are available to us in order to represent our best interests. If you're one of those people who's like, well, but the money is gonna speak louder than me. Money has always spoken louder than the little guy. Money spoke louder than working class people at company towns. All right? But guess what? Working class people banded together, and now we don't have to live in a goddamn company town anymore. You know? Money used to speak louder than emergency exits in the weekend, but working class people banded together.
Israel has struck Iran. I'm not sure if you've seen.
Yeah, buddy, I've seen. I keep an eye on the chat. I'm aware. We're gonna talk about it when I'm done talking about this. But thank you for the $5 super chat. But it's our job as working class people to get our shit together, organize, and show the fuck up for our communities. So that's what I'm asking you to do now, and that's what I'm going to be asking you guys to do when it comes to the elections too. And please, for the love of God, don't complain about the fact that it's going to be an uphill battle. It's always been an uphill battle. It was an uphill battle when Marx wrote that you have nothing to lose but your chains, and it's still an uphill battle today. But guess what? The battle continues. So that being said, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Link down in the doobly-doo. Go check it out, and let's keep on going. There we go. Now, I know you guys want to talk about Israel doing a preemptive strike on Iran. That is going to be difficult because we do not have a ton of information other than this attack has been launched. The Reuters article from like 10-15 minutes ago says simply that they have launched missiles against Tehran. I believe those missiles are now hitting Tehran. And yeah. My guess is that Israel is trying to achieve its short-term goals Let's see here. And draw America. Oh, nope. Okay, nope. The United States is now bombing Iran. Yep. That's so cool. It's so fucking great that Congress has so ceded its authority to the Trump administration that Trump can just declare war, I guess. Yep. Oh, Doc RDC, thank you for the sub. Yep. Iran designated as a state sponsor of wrongful detention because Iran is currently detaining a handful of U.S. citizens. That was as of 10 hours ago. Yeah. Well, looks like it is unfolding. Let's open up the live UA map here. Take a look. Yeah, nothing, no new updates. Again, like the missiles were just launched, but apparently the United States is now involved. The Israeli government has suspended civilian flights to and from the country in the wake of the attack in Iran. To and from Iran? Or to and from Israel? Weird. Air raid sirens sounding across Israel, warning residents of potential for impending attacks. Well, folks, in normal times, this would be an immediately impeachable offense for the President of the United States to just launch unilateral attacks and take the power of war from Congress, but Republicans love this shit. Republicans love the fucking fear-mongering and the war machine.
Remember, according to the United States government, arresting and detaining U.S. citizens is grounds for war, but the wanton killing of American citizens will always be justified.
Welcome to World War III. We don't know that it's World War III. And also, I want to point out, we already know it's not going to be World War III because all of the reports, even from earlier today, indicate that Trump's military generals are saying, like, they do not have the ammunition to conduct a war. They do not have that. They don't have the ability to do it. Are they additional attacks or the ones Israel coordinated with the United States? Unknown at this point. There's not a ton of information available. A U.S. official said American military strikes on Iran were underway. That's about all we got. Why bomb them? Because right now, well, to give you the short answer here.
Yeah, you know what, you're right, abolish the Republican Party.
Exactly!
But this.
Like, there's no salvaging this. Like, the Republican Party is so fucking broken and so fucking radicalized that they live in a completely different sphere of reality. We need to, like, abolish the Republican Party, and we need to break apart all of these media, like, empires that these Republican billionaires have built for themselves. Okay? It's literally tearing apart our country and the world. Now, really, how did they run out of ammo? We ran out of ammo by sending essentially ammunition to Ukraine and Israel. And so we don't have a ton of ammunition stockpiled for, like, our fleet that is in, off the coast. of Iran. Okay? When did this happen? This is happening, like, right now. Evacuation order for all U.S. personnel from Israel. Yeah, one would imagine that if this was going to happen, we would have evacuated, you know, Americans before this took place, but, you know, don't we have a military and industrial... I'm sorry, what does the MIC stand for? My brain is breaking. Military industrial. Yes, we have a military industrial complex, but you can't just pull ammo out of thin air. Like, it has to be manufactured. Jesus. Yes, my brain forgot the word complex. Thank you. They called for the evacuation yesterday. Ugh. Do they think that war with Iran will help their popularity? I think they're hoping for it, yeah. Like, genuinely, Republicans tend to, you know, benefit from going to war. You know, the rally around the flag effect. George W. Bush was very familiar with that one. Let's open up Al Jazeera here. Let's see. Israel launches attack on Iran, explosions in downtown Tehran. Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, said Israel had waged the attack to preemptively remove threats to the state of Israel. I do get the impression that Iran is probably not going to be super restrained in any kind of response this time. The Associated Press is reporting that one of the strikes took place near the offices of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Again, this is all happening like right now, so our level of information is going to be low and slow as things unfold. I think that really what's going to be happening here is this has the potential to boil over into a much bigger conflict, and I think if I had to give my assessment at this point, it would be that America and Israel are like the dog chasing the car, and it has the potential to be a situation where the dog catches the car, which not great for the dog. Not great for the car either. Not great for really anyone involved. I mean, honestly, Doc RDC, they didn't even bother to really try manufacturing consent for this. Like, no one wants a war with Iran right now, especially not because, like, Donald Trump is the reason this is happening at all. Donald Trump is the reason that there were negotiations happening at all right now, because he got into office back in 2016 and tore up, like, the Iran nuclear agreement that prevented them from getting nuclear weapons in the first place. Like, the whole, oh, they're a week away from getting nuclear weapons thing was literally his doing, because he ripped up the agreement that stopped them from getting nuclear weapons. It's stupid as hell. Republicans want to bring on the end times. They do want to bring on the end times, but this is not really their... Republicans want to bring on the end times by putting all of the Jewish people in Israel and fulfilling, like, biblical prophecy. They don't really want to bring on the end times by, like, starting wars with Iran. they want to start wars with Iran for a variety of other reasons unrelated to that one. But I think maybe our saving grace here is that, again, they do not have the ammunition for a prolonged conflict, which should become pretty apparent if this goes on for several days. Is it really all about ratings for him to attack Iran? Yes. Yes, he's the reality TV president. He put podcasters in charge of, like, the FBI. Like, it is all about he picked, like, his military leaders on the basis of how good they looked on camera. Like, dude only cares about his ratings. He only cares about how he comes across in, like, the media. And if he is having terrible ratings in the polls, then yeah, he's gonna do a Hail Mary to try and make himself look good, to try and get that rally around the flag perception, that, like, Bush got, for example. And some people might fall for that. It might actually work in the short term. But it's absolutely insane that this is happening after, like, so many people over the last, like, couple years were like, Donald Trump's the peace president. He's not gonna do war. Look at all of the wars he's ended. He even talks about all of the wars he's ended nonstop. God. Yeah, he got the FIFA Peace Prize. Super important. All right. U.S. officials say they expect this attack to be far more extensive than the American strikes last June against Iranian nuclear facilities. Oh, great. Cool. So we're not targeting specific, nuclear sites. We're just straight up going for all of their military sites. Cool. Cool. How are you going to bomb civilian areas and say you want to protect the people? Well, they're just going to lie. I mean, like, this administration has learned that they can just lie and get away with it, you know? That's it. We got live UA map stuff going on here yet. Ooh, as of 19 hours ago, all U.S. Air Force tanker aircraft have been evacuated from the airbase in Qatar. So, yeah, this seems like it's happening. Cool. Yeah, these are joint strikes confirmed by Al Jazeera. Okay, Israel has shut down all of their airspace in response. This is awful. It's horrible. Let's get the Associated Press as well. The AP seems to be on top of some of these things. People are going to die. See, the United States is participating, though it was not immediately clear the full extent of its involvement, according to a U.S. official. Okay, it's not clear. Oh, they don't know if they got Khamenei yet. I guess they're trying to do a decapitation strike, but the issue with trying to do decapitation strikes in Iran is that Iran actually has like a functional bureaucracy. It's not like a strongman dictatorship. There are multiple levels. It's very much like Venezuela, where okay, you can remove one guy, but like there are like 5 guys below him that can take his job, and then like 100 guys below those guys that can take his job, their jobs, and like it's not possible to do an effective decapitation strike against Iran. That's part of the reason you build a bureaucracy, so that like people can be replaced in a state of war, and the Ayatollah of Iran also has replacements. All that would happen if you killed the Ayatollah of Iran, if you killed Khamenei, would be that someone would take his place and everyone in Iran would be fucking pissed off. This would not be like everyone lays down their arms situation and then is ready to sing Kumbaya. No. That is not what would happen. At all. At all. I mean, they didn't even manage to do a regime change in Venezuela. Like, for all of the pomp and circumstance around how great that mission was or whatever, like, the same administration is in charge. Yeah, Dr. Sahiba, please take all the time you need. It is a horrific tragedy unfolding here. Got a new update from the New York Times. Dozens of U.S. strikes are being carried out by attack planes based at bases around the Middle East and from one or more aircraft carriers. Cool. Again, preventative attack, but no clear, like, reason.
Stay with this story and bring in Al Jazeera's Noor O'Day. She's in Ramallah for us in the occupied West Bank. Noor, just tell us what's going on in Israel at the moment.
Here, I'm gonna just play the audio. Gotta be careful.
Well, right now, the Israeli army has confirmed that it has launched what it calls a preemptive attack against Iran. It has declared a state of emergency throughout the country and asked citizens to be close to a shelter, whether in their homes, a safe room, or a public shelter. For now, there are no details about the targets of those attacks, but we understand that this is a campaign that Israel has launched, of course, in line with its publicly stated policy that Iran poses a threat to the safety of Israel, and its allegations that its missiles and its nuclear enrichment program also pose a threat, having repeatedly said that the negotiations with the United States were not going to go anywhere and should not have been trusted to begin with.
Yeah, we're getting some footage here of initial explosions at Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. I mean, yeah, I imagine that how the Trump administration expects this to go is essentially, we'll topple the leaders of Iran, and then the pro-democracy movement will sweep in to fight the rest of them, and we won't have to do a thing. And I'm I just don't think that that's how that's going to go. Because the rally behind the flag effect goes both ways. Like, people rally behind the flag after an attack. They also rally behind the flag after they've been attacked. And it's I just it's gonna be bad. Yep. So this is the map of the damage so far, where has been struck. This is Tehran underneath that. Got a couple other strikes around here. Cool. So this is what we got so far. Not great. They hit the center where the national secretary and the presidency resides. Yeah, they're trying to do a decapitation. Let's see. The strikes came after Trump grew frustrated with the negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. Steve Wick. Well, and a large reason why he's frustrated with negotiations really goes back to Obama. Specifically because Donald Trump thinks that anything that Obama could do, he could do, because he's a white supremacist, you know? And he's really frustrated that he can't get Iran to agree to a nuclear deal like Obama was able to. And like this, I mean, this obsession really seems like it played a role here. The strikes came after Trump grew frustrated with negotiations over Iran's nuclear program. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, his envoys. You know, again, Jared Kushner, just some guy who's the president's son-in-law. Jared Kushner has no official position within the Trump government at all. His envoys met with Iranian officials in Geneva on Thursday, but Trump said on Friday that he was not happy with the talks. Trump said Friday morning that he had not made a decision about whether to launch military action and that he would love not to use force, but sometimes you have to. Which, again, it's just a fucking lie. They knew if they were going to do this attack, you know, on a little bit longer of a time scale than just this morning. Okay? Representative Thomas Massie, Republican of Kentucky, says lawmakers intended to hold votes next week to prohibit Trump from authorizing strikes without consulting Congress, an issue that may be considered moot by many given U.S. involvement in military action today, which is why I had heard that they were going to plan votes for this week. So I'm particularly frustrated by Thomas Massie being like, well, we were going to do it next week. You should have done it this week. You knew exactly what the fuck was happening. You knew exactly what kind of president we have. You know what he is. The U.S. stole a ton of money from Iran. Well, yes. There was a bunch of money being withheld from Iran, and the United States just kind of took it. And there were a lot of other parts of the Iran nuclear deal that, you know, got fucked over irrevocably. Israeli military is closing all of the schools, workplaces, and public gatherings as they prep for a response from Iran. Because almost certainly they're going to respond. Oh, God. Al Jazeera putting out some analysis saying that Israel forced Trump's hand. Israel has been quite vocal about its intentions to sabotage U.S.-Iran negotiations. As it did last June, it appears to have launched an attack designed to derail the negotiations. Yeah, I think President Donald Trump had pushed himself into a corner from which he couldn't back out. That so-called armada, the massive military buildup, the constant green lights to Israel over the last year and a half. And so I think in many ways, yet again, what we see is the Israelis forced Donald Trump's hand, and he couldn't really say no to them at this juncture. Yeah, they played him like a goddamn fiddle. They aim to dismantle Iran's security apparatus. This isn't going to work. Like, the issue here, it's just not going to work. Like, Iran's military is advanced. It's large. It is capable. Like, you aren't going to be able to dismantle the security apparatus of Iran. Like, this... First of all, you can't win a war with just airstrikes. Number one. You cannot topple a government with just airstrikes. It just doesn't work that way. And on top of that, if your goal is to stop the Iranian military from being able to operate, I got really bad news for you. Airstrikes, especially in Iran, are not going to do shit for you, considering that they have military bases located in Iran. Iran is a fucking fortress country. Like, they're a regional power. They aren't just like a random isolated place. They have other strategic allies in the region. They have like capabilities that they have not used yet because they have been trying to de-escalate tensions. But if the goal here is accurately being reported on as of like 2 minutes ago by Al Jazeera, that they're trying to dismantle the entirety of the Iranian security apparatus, this is going to be a much more prolonged engagement, and we're going to lose. Like, we're going to lose if this is a long war and not just like a limited strike. Iran is that kid who talks softly and can beat the shit out of folks? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, Iran can't, like, let me put it this way. Iran is not capable of, like, invading the United States and, like, defeating us as, like, an aggressor. Iran is fully capable of stopping us, you know, short of, like, the United States fully being mobilized for war and getting a draft and all that, like, which there is not an appetite for that in this country. So, I guess that would work well for Trump to have it drawn out. But the issue is, logistically, it can't happen. We don't have the arms or ammo necessary to make that happen. We don't have the ability to do it. They literally call Iran, like, the graveyard of empires. And Donald Trump just marched a bunch of our military straight up to Iran's doorstep. This is so stupid. God. Ahead of the strikes, U.S. officials say they expected that Iran would retaliate swiftly against any attack and likely launch missile strikes on American bases and embassies. Tehran's proxy network of paramilitary forces is also expected to strike at American interests in the region. The reason for the sizable military buildup was, in part, to protect American bases from any Iranian counterattack. Cool. Focus of America's strikes for the moment is Iran's military apparatus. Besides its nuclear facilities, Iran is believed to have more than 2,000 missiles, primarily short and medium range ballistic missiles. These are scattered at launch sites across the country. God. Iran is also reporting disruptions to its cellular networks and internet. God. Israel has just apparently said that a second wave of airstrikes is en route to target that has happened, targeted regime leaders. So yeah, they're going for Iranian leadership. Yeah, I mean, like, this is a real, like, you don't want to get involved in Iran. This is like if you did Vietnam too, but this time Vietnam has been working out and has bigger muscles and has been doing jujitsu, you know? Like, think they have a plan on hiding? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely all of their senior leadership has like safe houses to go to and like bunkers and such. Yeah. Wasn't Vietnam 2 Afghanistan? No. Like I don't know how to say it more directly. Just no. This is the stupidest timeline. Yeah. God. God. Not great, guys. We're not great. Wait, I thought the graveyard of empires referred to Afghanistan. It refers to a large section of like the Middle East, you know, what basically roughly the area of Mesopotamia, which encompasses a lot of different areas in the Middle East. I have no idea how you know how to make the analogies. I'm not even saying they're wrong. Like, I'm just trying to understand. I don't understand your comment. Yep. As of 1 minute ago, Iran is preparing for retaliation. And Iranian officials have told Reuters that they are tuning their response to be, quote, crushing. So I guess we're gonna see how this goes. Just saw a video of Khamenei's residence being hit by what looked like a bunker buster of some kind. That doesn't surprise me. The Ministry of Intelligence got bombed in Tehran. Let's take a gander at that real quick. They are going for it, guys. Apparently, their state-run media is reporting that they've been hacked. I guess we're deploying some cyber warfare as well. The cities of Kermanshah, Karaj, Chabahar, and Tabriz have also been targeted, as well as Isfahan, Shiraz, Qom, and Tehran. Cool. Yep. Huckabee is warning U.S. citizens to stay near shelters. Jesus. According to Al Jazeera, attack on Iran could suggest one-and-done strike to secure a deal. Because we all know how much we want to make a deal with someone who just punched us in the face. Speaking to someone in the last few hours while speculation was growing of the possibility of some sort of military action, he suggested if there was military action, it was likely that in the form of his words, one and done. Yeah. That doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. How the fuck does that work as a negotiation tactic? It also contradicts earlier statements about how their aim is to topple Iranian security apparatus. So it's unlikely if their goal is to topple the Iranian security apparatus, a one and done deal is not going to do that. Great job, Mr. President. This will secure your deal and Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah. How the fuck it doesn't work as a negotiating tactic, Shootbang. It just doesn't. New York Times sharing this graphic just to where one might expect missile ranges to be from Iran. Pretty wide range, as you can see. Did the U.S. attack Iran while I was in the shower? Seems like it. This sucks. Iraq has closed its airspace in response. All air traffic is being shut down in Iraqi space. Just breathe, folks. The good news is Donald Trump is taking this all very seriously, which is why he, instead of doing like a press conference or anything, he posted a video of himself propped up like a Weekend at Bernie's guy on Truth Social. Look at how tough he looks. They had to marionette him with strings. Also, Truth Social sucks so much ass that you can't even watch it. He's not doing any interviews with other press or going in front of the cameras. He's just Truth Social posting as of 5 minutes ago. Let's try it again. No? Cool. Haha. It's so serious that he couldn't be bothered to get the media. I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess. It's not really a guess. He pre-recorded this. He fucking pre-recorded this video to go up after the attacks had started. He's probably asleep right now. He is probably asleep right now. Yeah, his last post on Truth Social is from 3 hours ago, talking about Minnesota autism payments and saying, I guess, that anyone who's getting treatment for autism in the state of Minnesota is scamming the government. Cool. To bombing Iran. Yeah, this is what the American people voted for sure. Yeah, if he was awake, he'd be posting, you know? I guess we'll leave it and see if it winds up loading, because it's not loading for me. This website sucks so much ass. All right. Here, we'll bring this over here. This is the second time. The strikes on Iran come just hours after Israel targeted what it described as launch sites and underground shafts used by Hezbollah in southern Israel. In recent weeks, Israel has intensified its operations against the group, including an airstrike on the Bekaa Valley last week that killed 8 members, among them a commander. Cool stuff. Twitter link of it? Yeah, no, no one can post links on Twitch, but we'll look at the White House account. Nope, last post's over there. Yeah, people are posting clips from the Truth Social video, but they're not. Ah, here it is. Got it.
A short time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard...
He's reading the script. He's reading a fucking script. You can hear him read it. Like, you can hear the mental gears grinding in order to read a goddamn script. He doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. He has to pause between each word.
People. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died.
And that's such a good reason to attack them 26 years later. Truly. What a brilliant maneuver, Mr. President.
Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and...
Why is the resolution so low? Because the one on Truth Social wasn't loading, so we had to find a different one.
...funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel.
Well, also, that doesn't really answer your question, because he posted... The only place he personally posted the video was on Truth Social, a website so shitty that it couldn't even play the video when we clicked on it.
Slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was brutal, something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protested. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again. They can never have a nuclear weapon.
Genuinely, though, the issue with this argument is they can never have a nuclear weapon. The reason they want a nuclear weapon is to prevent the United States and Israel from doing exactly this. The reason that they have been trying to get a nuclear weapon is to stop this particular thing from happening. Because they've seen what happens to countries that don't have nuclear weapons. Hey, does the United States roll up to North Korea with aircraft carriers and then conduct random bombing raids on North Korea? No, they don't. Like, it's a deterrent. And in a world where Donald Trump is throwing our weight around and, like, attacking places, decapitating regimes, etc., like, they don't want that to happen to them.
That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at...
Oh, well, okay, wait. So we want to prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon, so we obliterated their nuclear program. So it should be fine now, right? It should be fine now, right? Everything's okay. Right? I hate this clown.
Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They've rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead...
Yeah, I mean, effectively, he's trying to say, well, look, they've been waging a war against us for 50 years. We have to attack them, man. And I gotta be honest with you, as brain-cooked as MAGA supporters are, I think the vast majority of them have no interest in this. I don't think they're interested in this at all. Like, the Trump administration has not done the work to, like, try and convince people that this is necessary.
They attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
You know, if that was true, we wouldn't have to do these attacks. We already know you lied about last time. Also, this is the head of Iran's national security in the Iranian parliament. We warned you, now you have started down a path which end is no longer in your control. Cool.
We're going to annihilate their navy. We're going to ensure that the...
Again, this is not, like, okay. I get the impression that this man is drunk on power and thinks that, oh, we can just do what we did with Venezuela. Iran is not a Venezuela situation. Like, at all. Like, they have the capacity to potentially, like, sink our aircraft carriers. You know, like, they have some capabilities that exceed that of a lot of other places. You know? And,
region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our...
Yeah, he also disregarded all of his generals telling him we didn't have the ammunition to do this.
Forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very...
I'm sorry, why was he talking about IEDs?
And no longer use their IED to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces, and no longer use their IEDs or...
They're going to use IEDs, bro. Like, IED literally stands for improvised explosive device. They're the thing these groups fall back on when they have no other tools. They're not the first thing someone goes to when they're well-funded and operating, you know, from a place of, like, getting supplies. They literally have to improvise the explosives. Does he mean ICBM? No, he's talking about IEDs from, like, the terrorist proxies that work or get limited funding from Iran. Like, this would be like telling a country, you can no longer use grenades. You can no longer use any explosives of any kind. Like, it's just an insane thing. He's just, like, picking random bullshit to, like, nitpick about, essentially. Like, let's be real, IEDs have nothing to do with the reason he is ordering these airstrikes.
Or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region.
You know Trump doesn't know what improvised means, or at least he's not connecting the dots.
I don't think he knows what IED even means. Also, Iran is reporting that President Pezeshkian is still alive and unharmed. Apparently, Israel is also carrying out airstrikes against Lebanon at this point. So there's just a huge fucking conflagration happening across the Middle East today.
Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties.
Oh yeah, no, that's what, you know, a lot of MAGA people are pretty okay with soldiers being killed, right? For no reason. That's what making America great again means, right?
That often happens in war, but we're doing this.
That often happens in war. Fuck this guy.
Not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will.
The good news is, Annalise Azura, there is no way for him to do an invasion here. We do not have the logistical line to do that.
Never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with his help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. We have the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police.
Also, it's very clear to me that they had to stitch this together. Did you hear that audio, Skip?
The greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the...
Yeah, like, they literally had to, like, cut it together because he had to take breaks between these different portions. It's an 8-minute video. I've been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms, you will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face certain death. Finally, to the great...
God.
Not a religious person myself, but this man invoking God's protection is disgusting.
It really, really is. Also, the New York Times is reporting as of 2 minutes ago that apparently the foreign minister of Oman, who is mediating the peace talks between Iran and the United States, flew to Washington earlier today to argue that progress was being made towards a deal. And he is saying that Tehran had agreed never to stockpile enriched uranium and making the enrichment argument less relevant. And apparently Iran refused to discuss, giving up enrichment entirely or limiting the range of its ballistic missiles, and to cut off support to other areas in the region. So the argument about, like, a WMD is just bullshit. It's just fucking bullshit. Like, they're trying to do fucking Iraq, but without any of, like, the manufacturing of consent. It's insane. It's insane. And the reason Trump is trying to do this, and the Trump administration is trying to do this, is because they don't think they need to manufacture consent, because they believe they already have all of the power in this situation. And to be very clear, they don't. It is just a colossal miscalculation on their part.
Great, proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs
Yeah, don't leave your home. That we could also bomb.
will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take.
He's so stupid. He's so stupid. He genuinely believes that after we finish a couple bombing runs, the people of Iran are going to rise up and overthrow the Iranian government. He genuinely thinks that. He's literally calling for them to do that. Just stay inside and then go outside and you could just walk into the parliament. You'll have it now. It's yours. Oh god, this is stupid. This is fucking stupid. This is so fucking stupid. Apparently all landlines have been cut and are down in Tehran. Only mobile phones have reception.
Just encouraging an insurrection another January 6th, I see.
Uh-huh. This has to be done. It really doesn't. God. Yeah, this just reality feels like it's taken on like a psychic toll.
This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have.
Hey, Crawl Space, you wanna sign up first for the draft? Be my guest.
Asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time.
Yeah, no. You should totally trust this guy. No, he would never screw over our allies. What's that? Oh, don't look up what he did to the Kurds? Oh, okay. No, we just trust him implicitly. He's got our back, guys. No one's stupid enough to bet an entire revolution on this man. No one would do that. Anyone who has ever interacted with the US government would be right to distrust the US government. And that is only multiplied like 1,000-fold for the Trump being in charge of it. Yeah, the people that did bet are already dead. You're right.
To seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is.
Honestly, Shootbang, that's a good idea. Folks, go call, like right now. Go open up 5calls.org and call your elected representatives and senators and tell them to impeach this motherfucker. This is fucking insane.
Close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass.
Why is he always wearing dumb hats now? Because he's dying. He's old and dying. It's why he hasn't been seen in public for days.
May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
God. Insane. All right. What are the updates? Okay, so apparently the Israeli forces have targeted the Ministry of Intelligence, which we knew about, the Ministry of Defense, makes sense, Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, and the Parchin military complex. That's what they are attacking at the moment. The Iranian government has not issued any official statement about the attack so far, but I imagine that is because they are preparing to retaliate. Yeah, I can't imagine why Iran has art like "Down with the USA" on its buildings when they get bombed by us routinely. Fuck. Oh, you know what's great? One thing I do appreciate about the insanity of the Israeli government, like just the hell-bent monstrosity of the Israeli government. I like that they will just come right out and fuck up any kind of narrative that the Trump administration is trying to do to
This is
legitimize
the second
itself.
time I've been watching Riverboat Jack, and I hear we've just bombed Iran third time if you expand that to countries in general.
Yep. As of 5 minutes ago, Reuters is reporting an Israeli official says that this joint attack date was decided weeks ago. So none of the negotiations mattered at all. They've been planning this operation for months and had the launch date of this attack weeks ago. None of the negotiations mattered at all. God. The talks were buying time, that's all. It's the same thing they did with Venezuela. He's trying to get the same thing that happened with Venezuela to happen in Iran. And it's just not going to be that, you know? It's just not going to do that. God. Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 donos. I appreciate you supporting the stream, even on nights like tonight. Hit that follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button if you're getting anything out of this. We're going to be keeping an eye on it for a while. And, support the show if you're getting anything out of that, of value out of this. So, very appreciated. Welcome to another Forever War. Maybe. We'll see. They've been talking about it in the news and watching the aircraft carriers, etc. fleet move over there publicly. Yeah, I mean, of course they are. And of course we are. OMG, are you telling us Trump is a fucking liar? Yeah, breaking news, I know. Who cares? Our military members care. People in Iran certainly care. Probably the people who are going to be hit by Iran's various capacities care. I don't know. Do you want your family to be killed by, like, Iranian-backed terrorists? No? Then maybe you should care. I don't know. God. Anyone with a functioning frontal lobe cares. True. Oh, God. Yeah, basically every analyst that they are reaching out to, these various news orgs, is saying, yeah, this isn't going to result in anything positive. We're not going to end their nuclear program. We're not going to end...
Zero.
Shit, essentially. B for Brain, thank you for the $10 dono. I very, very much appreciate it. Like, Let's see here. Edward King, president of Defense Priorities, a think tank that advocates a restrained foreign policy, said diplomacy would have been a better path. No shit. God. Oh, I'm sure Iran was prepared for this outcome. Like, they've been bombed before. It's not like they were just like sitting there going didn't think anything might come their way. Like, I'm sure that they were in some way prepared for this. U.S. Embassy in Bahrain is implementing a shelter-in-place order. Okay, several residents of Tehran are saying there's been no direction from the government so far. Sirens are not sounding. State radio and television outlets are not giving people guidance on where to go and what to do. That is probably a result of the cyber attack that has been unfolding. God. What's going to happen is what happened in Venezuela. They'll kidnap a guy, claim victory, and everything's still the same. Maybe. I don't think they're even going to kidnap a guy this time. I don't think they're going to be able to. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to kidnap the leader of Iran. Let's see, anything useful from AP? Mobile phone internet service has been cut in Iran. So they aren't seeing Donald Trump's address to them. So no AP reporting no immediate signs of protests or unrest in Tehran after the attacks, which are apparently still ongoing, so I'm not sure that they're done. Airstrikes as of a few minutes ago are apparently targeting Iran's navy. And now Iran state television is apparently operational enough to announce that Iran is ready to retaliate against Israel. So, do you think the Ayatollah will go hide out in a Russian embassy? No, I think the Ayatollah will go into a bunker. Good, they're a terrorist state. Hey, Randy, you ready to send your kids to go die in Iran? You ready to send your neighbor's kids to go die in Iran? Stupid bitch. I don't think Israel cares about embassies. That's true. Israel doesn't care about embassies. KP Pos, I'm sorry. To stop a terrorist, are you a coward? Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. You genuinely have no idea. Randy, Why don't you go fly over to Iran right now? You're not a coward, right, Randy? Take your kids, go fly over to Iran. Go stand in the middle of the street and look up at the sky and hope you don't die. Why are you a coward over here commenting on my stream instead of valiantly liberating Iran, Randy? You stupid assholes. It's always the stupidest people who wish the most death upon the world. You're on their side, or are you American? Randy, Iran has never done anything to America in my lifetime that has affected my life at all. Why should I wish the US military and my tax dollars and my friends and my kids to go over there and kill their friends and kids and neighbors? Why would I want that, Randy? You're the one saying, oh, no, we have to send $1 trillion of military equipment to Iran in order to murder civilians, Randy. And then you're trying to frame it as if that's brave. You wouldn't know your ass from a hole in the ground? You don't know your ass from a hole in the ground, Randy. They're a fucking nation of tens of millions of people. Tens of millions of people who wake up, go to work, come back, want to grill and chill, and you're sitting over here being like, yeah, we gotta go murder them. God, people are stupid. What a hateful piece of shit. And Randy, don't pretend like you woke up today thinking, oh boy, we gotta go fight Iran. It's my #1 priority. Shut the fuck up, Randy. You woke up today and you were like, oh God, I gotta drink some water. I gotta go to work. My bitch of a wife won't get off my back. This became your #1 thing the second you thought it could be used as a cudgel to hurt people you don't like. That's it. You didn't give a fuck about this issue until Donald Trump told you to give a fuck about it. Because you guys never think for yourselves. God. Two minutes ago, Israeli military detecting ballistic missiles launched from Iran. So it is on the way. So we'll see how this goes. We're going to learn a lot from the nature of this attack on exactly how Iran is trying to proceed. Yeah, it's a lot easier to gamble with people's lives when those lives are abstract to you, you know? Folks like Randy, they don't actually give a fuck because they don't think it really is real, you know? Every single MAGA person who's pro-war is, essentially LARPing in their own head about being Rambo and also simultaneously the best Hearts of Iron 4 player to ever exist. And in their minds, that's all it is. It's just numbers on a spreadsheet changing in response to like a video game. You know? Like it's not real to the people who are salivating over the fucking death and destruction on the other side of the world, because it doesn't affect them. They're not going to go to work past a crater from a bomb, tomorrow. They're not going to have to attend several funerals in a day because an entire block just got blown up. It's not real to them. They aren't brave. They're just talking shit like it's a water cooler moment from a television show. That's it. As far as like MAGA pro-war people are, that's how they think of this. It's just a new episode of TV. Apparently, according to U.S. officials, the United States is planning a multi-day operation against Iran, so, it's not just going to be a single strike tonight. It is going to be a more prolonged engagement. So, this is gonna be horrible. That's according to Al Jazeera. Missiles are now hitting northern Israel. No word on damage yet. Uh, this is the number of missile alerts in Israel at the moment. So, I think we can safely say Iran has chosen the not restrained route. Though, I guess it remains to be seen whether or not they will use their more advanced weaponry, which is more
To every
destructive.
MAGA and righty watching, I know this won't reach you, but please condemn this from the Iranian citizens' perspective. Think about their life. Should they defend their home, their country, their fam?
Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono, and yeah. According to the New York Times, hours before the attacks began, senior officials from Arab states and European allies were saying that the White House was still not telling them what the objective of the strikes would be. Trump left no doubt in his video that it is regime change. When we are finished, take over your government, he said after the strikes began. So, yeah, apparently, again, just have to really emphasize, if reporting is true and that this attack has been in the works for months and that this date was picked weeks ago, the United States has just been jerking around and wasting the time of not only Iranian officials, but like all Middle Eastern officials who've been involved in these negotiations, including our own allies. Yeah, random adjectives. Iran is not going to continue to show restraint. And I am afraid of what that means. Personnel are apparently being evacuated from the Air Force Base in Qatar, but no clear reasoning given yet for said evacuations. Well, random adjectives, especially after the political unrest in Iran, like they have to have a strong response. They're kind of backed into a corner here. God. Also, I am interested to see, in a deeply sad way, how Americans are going to react when soldiers start dying from this operation. Donald Trump is already deeply unpopular in America, regardless of what his diehard supporters say. Most people in America, the majority of Americans, hate this guy. And as soldiers start dying, I think it's going to get a lot worse. Yep, he did it, Ms. Milena. Totally understand if you need to bow out. Apparently, Jordan is sounding sirens now. I'm here to not be alone. Fair enough. No need to do modding activities.
In all of this, I think the dumbest thing is that regime change would have been possible through the peaceful route. For Christ's sake, Iran had protests in the Strait.
That is the thing, right? Like, Iran had been on a path to, like, mediating itself and normalizing itself prior to Donald Trump ripping up the nuclear agreement. And even after that was largely on the road to doing that. But bombing it does not help it get better. We got some flight radar of Iran's airspace right now. And this is projected to go on for several days, so unknown at this time. I'm still, like, genuinely, what he expects to happen is for the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow the government, but I genuinely don't know that. I don't think that they're going to do that. I don't think that they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to trust Trump to not kill them. You didn't want time off for your weekend, did you? I really did. Elephant activist, if we're able to flip Congress in the midterms, both the House and the Senate, we should go for an impeachment and conviction and removal. Like, in normal circumstances, this would certainly be a breaking point. This would be like a emergency session of Congress and, like, impeachment and removal effort. Like, this is, by the way, everything about this is unconstitutional. Everything about this is illegal. And none of the media that I'm looking at right now is calling that out. But Donald Trump and the president is not supposed to have the ability to do prolonged, war. They're not supposed to have the ability to levy war, which is exactly what is happening here. Call your elected representatives, call your senators, and tell them to impeach this motherfucker. Do it now. We 5calls.org, okay, if you haven't yet. They, again, and I want to clarify, what they effectively want to do here is to kill Iran's leadership and then have the people of Iran rise up and do the boots on the ground work to seize control of the country. And They're trying to do this because they do not want to have American boots on the ground in Iran. But I don't think that this is going to work. We should have tried W and his whole fucking cabinet. We should still do that. Any kind of Truth and Reconciliation Committee that prosecutes these clowns should go all the way back to Bush. But Jack, that's not what they're trying to do. That is what they're trying to do. Like that is straight up what they're trying to do. They're stupid fucking morons. They're doing the stupid fucking moron play. They don't have the capacity to put boots on the ground in Iran right now. You cannot topple a government without boots on the ground. And what they want to do is topple this fucking government. They're trying to get the Iranian people to be the boots on the ground. They don't care. Yes! I know that they don't care about Iranian people. That's why they're fucking bombing the capital city. I know that they don't care. I am aware. Did you think that when I said they want the Iranian people to be the boots on the ground, it's because they have some beneficent goal for the people of Iran? No! They don't! They want the Iranian people to be the boots on the ground so that Iranians can die. They want to throw Iranians in the wood chipper. Like, god damn. It makes their plan more evil. That needs to be said. I was saying it. I thought I was being extraordinarily clear. Their goal is to put Iranian civilians in harm's way, as evidenced by literally everything they're doing. God. Also, it's very likely that Iran learned from the last time it tested Iron Dome defenses, and now they're going to be far more successful at getting missiles through. Yeah, Netanyahu is putting out statements saying that their goal is to end the threat of Iranian's Ayatollah regime. So yeah, they're going full on do or die. Yeah, Reuters now also confirming that they're planning to spend multiple days. God. Multi-day campaign. Also, I'm not entirely sure how Trump expects any of Iran's Revolutionary Guard to actually surrender. Like, throw down your weapons and you will get complete immunity. Like, how do you think that's gonna work? Like, how exactly do you think that's gonna work? Get complete immunity from whom? Exactly. The warplanes that are dropping bombs indiscriminately? Yeah, wave a white flag at an Israeli missile. Exactly, Ms. Molina. God, okay, the New York Times just updated Trump's call for Iran's Revolutionary Guard forces to surrender with the promise of complete immunity added a particularly unusual element to the speech. Because the campaign appears to largely be an air operation, there is no one for them to surrender to, no one to take them prisoner, or to implement Trump's offer of total immunity. Yes. Yes, it does. It does kind of seem like complete and utter bullshit, doesn't it? A second wave of missiles has been launched towards Israel. Okay, Al Jazeera is reporting, quote, "For now, what we know is President Pezeshkian isn't harmed. The supreme leader wasn't in the complex, but this attack, it's clear, is mainly aimed at decapitating the political elite." How the degree of success this attack had is unknown at this time. But they failed to take out the two biggest targets. God. Saw your vid about the Kansas situation. Very scary stuff. It is. It's super scary. Netanyahu also doing the whole, it's time for Iranians to rise up. Air defenses have been activated in Tehran as of 4 minutes ago. Yep, we're just trading missiles now. Updated map of missile strikes. This time around Tel Aviv. Or missile alerts, rather. God, I fucking hate Mike Huckabee so goddamn much.
How long before there's a leak that Jared Kushner has a real estate plan for Tehran like he does for Gaza?
It's really easy for Jared Kushner to come up with real estate plans, because all he has to say is, Trump Tower, Tehran. That's it. That's all he has to say. Also, Squirrel Knitter, thank you for the $5 super chat and supporting the stream even on a night like tonight where we're not doing pre-prepared content. Think that Iran will attack the US? Almost certainly, in some capacity at this point. Mike Huckabee, who's the ambassador to Israel, has said, "Thank you, POTUS, for strong American leadership to stop the killing and threats to Americans for the past 47 years. You gave them many chances to do it peacefully, and they said no. Even as I sit in the bullseye of it, I'm grateful for a strong president and a strong America." And I just have to respond to that by, like, you're not sitting in the bullseye of it, sir. Like, the bullseye is the target of the operations. The bullseye would be Iran. That's like saying, I was targeted with an assault after you began the assault. Like, oh, my stars and garters, he fought back after I punched him in the face. Isn't that guy like an insane Zionist? He is. Yes, Mike Huckabee is an insane Zionist. Like, Huckabee is 1000% on board with the Greater Israel Project, which is essentially to expand Israel's settler colonialism beyond just its current borders, and beyond the settlements to include portions of the countries that surround Israel. And Mike Huckabee is on board with that project because Mike Huckabee is a Christian evangelical who believes that he is playing a key role in bringing about the second coming of Christ, which will result in the destruction of Jews and the ascension of Christians. Is this like a weird B-movie thing? No, sadly. It's really, really pathetic. You know? He genuinely thinks he's essentially conducting a ritual to summon Christ too. And that sounds like a joke, but it's genuinely what he thinks he's doing. Ultimasis, the US and Israel have revealed that all of the peace talks with Iran were a ruse, and that months ago they began planning a joint attack, and then weeks ago they picked today's date to attack Iran, and they are now going all out attacking Iran as Iran trades missiles and goes all out to attack Israel. So we're watching history unfold, and it's fucking horrible. It's fucking horrible. Also, we got conservatives who are just so bloodthirsty that they can't contain themselves and they have to seek out my stream. It's really disgusting when conservatives have degenerated to the point where the only way they can get a boner is by watching people die. And folks, we've been going for about 4.5 hours. If you're getting anything out of this, please do hit that follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider supporting the stream because shit's fucked. It's true, MAGA has essentially become a death cult, which is why the only thing they get off to anymore is death. Qatar is putting out statements about how they're okay, so that's good. Oh, good. Cool. Apparently, the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee was not notified of the strikes in advance. Again, something that the administration is legally obligated to do, and something that will result in absolutely no consequences for anyone involved. Can we stop calling these Nazis conservatives? Well, Nazis are conservatives. I'm painting a broader brush than just the Nazis. Because I want to make sure if you are someone who identifies as a moderate conservative, this is also on you too. And chances are the people calling themselves moderate conservatives these days are fucking Nazis. I'm glad this stream is here. I don't have anyone in my life who isn't a piece of shit. Like, I'm sure my cousin will be flabbergasted, but she's Catholic, so she's not going to be devastated. I don't look forward to our grocery run tomorrow. I'm sorry to hear that, Chillin' Millins. That's what they literally are, though. Yeah, but you have to understand, there are conservatives who are still liberal. And I know that this might be a confusing distinction to make, but when I say liberal in this particular context, what I'm talking about is have a belief in like liberal democracy, have a belief in like some of those democratic ideas. They might still be like fiscally conservative and want like lower taxes, but they aren't on board with like the anti-democracy, like we have to dismantle the state and give authoritarian power to this guy. I like kind of like the Republicans from like the 1970s, you know, still very racist, but we're essentially what neoliberals are today. There are still conservatives like that exist. And I want to say conservatives so that they're included in who to blame for what's happening here, because they, despite having a belief in that liberal democracy, really have wanted to go to war with Iran for like 50 years. So that's why I'm being broad rather than referring to just the MAGA movement, which is, again, a Nazi movement. So hopefully that makes sense. Oh, look, Mark Turner, a real dipshit, is in our chat. That's so crazy. I've always wanted to meet one. Yeah, Shadowmar, we talked about air defense being active over Tehran a while back. What other updates we got? Isfahan is being hit again. So that is happening now. Let's see. Oh, this is a really useful map to give you just an overhead idea of what is happening at this point in time. Thank you, Al Jazeera. So these are where the main strikes have been taking place so far. The U.S. Navy is down here. So this is where we're at. These are where the main strikes are happening. Why hit Isfahan? My understanding is that there is a military base in Isfahan. Yeah, Isfahan has an airbase in it. And I believe there was also a nuclear site in Isfahan. But don't quote. Yes, there was an Isfahan nuclear complex. Oh, good. The Houthis have announced in Yemen that they have that they are going to again resume missile and drone attacks on shipping routes, and on Israel to come to the aid of Iran. So they are planning their first strikes as of tonight. Cool. Oh, fuck, this is bad? Yeah. Not great. Not great at all. Weird update on Al Jazeera just now. You need to elaborate more on that. Good night, Webmage. The U.S. Navy is apparently utilizing its Tomahawk missiles to conduct ship-based strikes on Iran. Tehran is continuing to be bombed. Iran's state media is announcing that it is it has emerged from the cyber attack, and it is back to being operational. God, you, Ms. Milena, you were right. They're called the Pentagon is apparently calling this war Operation Epic Fury. No fucking way. Yeah. Elon named that somehow. It's so fucking... Everything is awful. Iran seems to have targeted Jerusalem with this latest volley. Apparently, the Iron Dome is intercepting incoming missiles over Jerusalem. And that is where we're at there. It's all so fucking stupid. Explosions are being heard over Damascus. In Syria, supposedly over interceptions of Iranian missiles from Israel, or by Israel, rather. Ukrainian, yes, we did. We've gotten through 2 of the stories, and then we got derailed by, war happening. If Jerusalem is attacked, won't Palestinians also be victims? Depends on which part of Jerusalem. As of 26 seconds ago on Al Jazeera, Iran is saying it launched missiles and drones towards Israel. In response to the aggression of the hostile and criminal enemy against the Islamic Republic of Iran, the first wave of extensive missile and drone attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran towards the occupied territories has begun. Yep. So I guess what we have seen so far from missile alerts are only preliminary. The first real wave has been launched. Additionally, Iran's internet access has been cut down to 4% of ordinary levels. So they have an almost total internet blackout in the state of Iran. Yes, Super MNK. I have an Instagram. How long does it take for the missiles to travel? It really depends on the missile. Can I just say that I fucking hate these guys in the United States military? I fucking hate Pete Hegseth. I fucking hate Donald Trump. I fucking hate everyone that has made this particular circumstance possible. Like, the war, the death, like, the bombs, the fact that we have now a Department of War that is posting on the child sex abuse material website and is just all caps posting the name of the operation they're doing to kill civilians. It's fucking disgusting. Like, every part of it is disgusting. Oh, we're attacking Iran now? Yeah, Dragonfly as of about, like, 2 hours ago. Dragonfly, I totally understand. You have a good night, okay? Jack always stream this late? Not usually. Usually I'd be wrapping up about now, but honestly, I'm still trying to figure out exactly what the hell is gonna happen here. Yeah, apparently officials familiar with the plans say that they wanted to achieve a degree of surprise, and that if they were to kill senior Iranian officials, they were most likely to succeed in the first round of strikes. That's a good idea, Banana Brains.
When you turn this into a video, you should title it "They're calling Operation Epic Fury and it's F-King horrifying."
Maybe, Nathan. I don't know if this will be turned into a video. Maybe my editor can do something with this, but it's going to be an editing nightmare. God. Also, Nathan, thank you for the $5 dono and supporting the show to make this thing that we do possible. Surprise with days worth of buildup and warning. Yeah. Well, Iranian officials still believed that negotiations were genuine and ongoing, and neither of those things were true. Iran has issued an order to governors across the country to remind them previous instructions and prompt reports on the situation in the provinces. Also, Max Danger, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate the support. Thank you so goddamn much. They finally sparked the powder keg that's been on the razor's edge for the better part of a century. Yeah, I don't know exactly how this goes well for anyone involved. Yeah. Because, I mean, this seems like the United States and Israel are united on conducting, like, a longer term than just this one-time strike and a longer-term attack campaign. And it really seems to me like you can't really say, like, it's a one-and-done type of strike, which is what a lot of people who thought strikes were likely were thinking it might be. This is bigger than a one-and-done. This is like, we are trying to end the government of Iran. And in its own interest, Iran is likely going to be retaliating as hard as it can to preserve itself. Also, Sake Tanuki, I'm so sorry. Your dono got cut off. I also hate the Dems for enabling the war crime state of Israel. Very true.
Namibia, Kenya, Zambia, Uganda, Togo, Senegal, Rwanda, Chad, Malawi, Burkina Faso, Liberia, Republic of the Congo, Eswatini, Nigeria.
Okay, this was fun. I'm gonna post it in the other chats. What song? It's Africa by Toto, but they list all of the countries in Africa. God damn, Brutus Magnuson, thank you
Hope
so
this makes
fucking
things
much.
a bit less stressful. We could all use a good brain tingle. We work toward dismantling the violence of our culture.
It's true. It's true. That is like part of the movement, part of the international movement towards, freedom for all workers is freedom from these pointless fucking conflicts.
Why are there no vampire on the savannah? Because Toto blessed the rains down in Africa.
Oh, that makes sense. True. Thank you, Polybius. Why are unions like this? Because the AFL-CIO likely wants to have a lot of good-paying union jobs in the building of those data centers. That full stop. That's it. What a stupid name for a military strike. Well, they're stupid people, you know? See here. Iran is saying that all U.S.-Israel assets in the region are a legitimate target for retaliation. So this has some capacity to spill over quite a bit. New York Times verifying that it appears the presidential palace in Tehran and as well as Iran's National Security Council have been struck by missiles and bombs. Again, no word on any casualties yet from these attacks. Qatar is putting out a statement saying that their Patriot defense system has intercepted Iranian missiles. Well, Latzia, you can make your calls and leave messages when you can call your elected officials and leave messages and fax them even when nobody's in the office. You can actually do that. So, which is why I'm encouraging you all to do it now rather than wait to do it later. I do have to say, like, no effort has been put in to try and justify these attacks. None. None whatsoever. Not a single goddamn thing. Like, nothing that they're saying is like, well, Iran was, a clear and present danger, and so we had to fight them. Like, no, it's just genuinely bullshit. It's just genuinely like, well, they did a thing 30 years ago, so that's why we have to do this now. It's all bullshit. And like, I do have to say, I think this is gonna backfire pretty spectacularly among the American people. Like, I don't think when people wake up tomorrow, they're gonna be terribly pleased with this. Especially because I don't expect this to go particularly well. Jesus, how many people are going to die because overpaid frat bros want to start a fight? Yeah. Literally overpaid frat bros, you know? Like, Pete Hegseth, his idea of showing, like, solidarity with soldiers is like doing push-ups and drinking beer. Apparently, Al Jazeera is reporting explosions in Bahrain. Yeah, Live UA Map is a good site. The New York Times observing that few people have woken up to in Congress have woken up to news of these attacks. Yeah, they're not waking up. They're sleeping. They're sleeping like babies. It's why it's why the Trump administration does it at this particular point in time. It's why they're doing the strikes now. Because if they were doing the strikes at night, it would be daytime here, and members of Congress would be awake. Like, they're doing it specifically so that people at home aren't immediately reacting to it. It will be too late to do anything. Yeah, the live Al Jazeera coverage is really good. They've been really good at posting updates. The Associated Press has been doing absolutely dog shit with getting out updates. Let's see here. Do I think big oil has been behind the narrative that Iran has been seeking a nuclear weapon for all these decades? No. I do think that there is a genuine desire in Iran for a nuclear weapon. For very obvious reasons, because things like this wouldn't fucking happen if Iran had a nuclear weapon. If Iran had a nuclear weapon, they would not be fucking with Iran like this. That's why they want a nuclear weapon. The UAE has taken notice of the strikes now. Yeah, I imagine the UAE is going to be pretty fucking pissed about the situation going on in the Straits of Hormuz. Not great. Yeah, Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons, and look where Ukraine is right now. Like, Iran doesn't want to be Ukraine. Yeah, there are explosions that look like they hit the ground in Bahrain.
You think we'll see any use of Chinese weapons here? I heard they sent anti-ship missiles, loitering munitions, drones, and might give hypersonics.
Well, so far, Balls Deep 6969, a chatter of sophistication. Thank you for the $5 super chat. What has been interesting to me is that there haven't been any reported attacks on American vessels, which I, for one, think might be in the cards here. Okay? But given that we haven't seen any aggression towards US ships, I don't know that we're going to see Chinese anti-ship missiles unless it becomes very clear that Iran has to defend itself against the Navy buildup. But in that respect, they are at a disadvantage. That being said, I do think we'll see the use of Chinese drones in the attack on Israel. I'd be surprised if China cares enough. Well, China itself doesn't care to get involved, but they're happy to sell, like, arms and ammunition to Iran, you know? Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. One of the frustrating bits of doing a stream like this is the slow drip of information. What is this? That's right, I hope he was okay. I don't know why you said that, but I appreciate it, I guess. Yeah, China has an interest in defending Iran, which is why China's all like happy to sell them stuff. China isn't going to get into a direct war alongside Iran. At least not against Israel and the United States directly. You know? No, Trixie! Hope she was okay. I wonder where Russia will fall. Probably also, well, no. Like, Russia needs all their shit. So they're probably not selling much to Iran. Qatar is advising all residents everywhere to stay indoors. What is? That's right, I don't know if you meant to send the same link twice, but I do appreciate it. That's right, yeah. Loud booms in the UAE? Where are you getting your information, J. Rose? I can add it to my Yeah, has the UAE been hit? As of 2 minutes ago, the U.S. is recommending Americans in the UAE shelter in place. Oh, AP is saying the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet has been attacked in Bahrain. Oof. All right, we back? We back? We back? We back. Cool. Thank you for holding. Just the typical back after the 3:15 internet reset. Sorry. I thought a nuke hit Minnesota? Not yet. All right, not yet. Okay, are we back on Twitch as well? Can folks let me know if you can see me on Twitch? Yeah, we back? Cool. Hello. Did you see the breaking news? I did! We're talking about it right now. I should change the name of the YouTube stream. Let's do that real quick. Cool. There we go. Did it. Okay. What happened in like the 2 seconds I was gone? Oh shit. A huge explosion reported in Abu Dhabi. Explosions heard in Kuwait. Oh shit, they might be torching like the oil fields. They're either going after the oil fields or they're going after the or they're going after the military bases. But you know, I think people are going to care about them fucking with the oil. But honestly, yeah. Yeah, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, and the Fifth Fleet Base in Bahrain have been hit so far. Nothing in the UAE has reached live UA map yet. Yeah. Reuters and the AP are uncharacteristically behind on a lot of the reporting here so far. Yeah, Russia is basically just saying the United States has shown its true colors as as effectively a faithless, uh, interlocutor. As of this minute, all Gulf countries have closed airspace. So Qatar, Kuwait, and the UAE are all closing their their airspaces. The AP is reporting that according to a Dutch intelligence firm, the strikes by Israel in the U.S. suggest shaping actions designed to degrade air defenses typical of a longer-term and wider-scale military campaign. And, quote, this appears less like a symbolic strike and more like the opening phase of a coordinated campaign designed to establish air superiority and operational freedom of movement. Neutralizing radar systems, surface-to-air missile batteries, and command nodes would create more permissive conditions for sustained air operations over Iranian territory.
Double donos are likely from poor reception while I'm in India. Don't worry about refunds.
Well, thank you so much, Sake Tanuki. I hope you're having a lovely time. And I hope you're eating the good food, because I bet that'd be a culinary experience. God, I wish I had some Indian food right now, but all the Indian places are closed. Yeah, again, Israel is saying now to the AP, yeah, we coordinated this months in advance. Ha ha ha. So fun for them, I guess. Here, we'll just take a quick look at this. Just missiles being intercepted above Jerusalem. So
They're right there. They're intercepted.
like, it's really telling to me that one side is just like lollygagging around and just like looking out the window and be like, look, you can see him. Haha. Oh, big boom. Haha. Like, it's like a fucking game, man. Just the interception cloud up there. God. The lack of seriousness around all of this really pisses me off. Yeah, the United Arab Emirates just intercepted missiles over their capital, so that's cool. Apparently Iran just put out a statement that they've launched another wave of missiles and drones towards Israel, so they're going with a second wave of attacks. People are literally online betting over this shit. Yeah. One of the stories I wanted to talk about today was what's going on in Cuba. Just like a big overview of everything that's going on with Cuba. But the ending part of that story was talking about how it may be incredible. In my mind, I think it is likely that the attack that was done on Cuba's Coast Guard by a speedboat full of armed Floridians may have been an effort to try and, rig the betting market on, like, Kalshi about when the United States was going to strike Cuba. Heard about what's happening? You're right. Iran is relaxed because they've been doing this for decades with No, this isn't Iran. No, that footage wasn't from Iran. Iran is getting the shit bombed out of them right now. That footage was from Jerusalem. Is this all really real? This is all really real. I know that our current media ecosystem encourages us to treat none of this as real, like it's all just a fucking playground for betting, but no, this is unfortunately very real. Oh, no, don't worry about it. It's okay. I understand. It's a lot to keep up with, and I'm trying to keep up with it as best I can too. I'm sorry if I come across as relatively curt. It's insane. Why did this start anyway? Is it because of the Hamas-Israel conflict? So Benjamin Netanyahu, for decades, maybe I can actually find this clip compilation. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, here we go.
World in 5 continents.
You've probably heard this line before.
Iran has never given up its quest for nuclear weapons and the missiles to deliver them.
That's because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying this for more than 30 years, claiming Iran is close to having
nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons. Atomic bombs.
In 1992, as a member of parliament, Netanyahu addresses the Knesset. He says, within 3 to 5 years, we can assume that Iran will become autonomous in its ability to develop and produce a nuclear bomb. 3 years later, in his book Fighting Terrorism, he repeats the same time frame, 3 to 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Fast forward to 2002. Netanyahu testified.
Yes, the absolute worst case scenario is boots on the ground. 100%. It's why they're trying to do an air-only campaign and use the people of Iran as the boots on the ground.
Is before a U.S. congressional committee actively calling for the invasion of Iraq.
Are there any other nations that you would recommend that the United States launch preemptive attacks upon at this point?
The two nations that are vying, competing with each other, who will be the first to achieve nuclear weapons, is Iraq and Iran.
Like, I mean, he's been trying to get the United States to go to war with Iran for, like, ever.
The invasion happens months later. No weapons of...
Oh God, Ms. Molina, I'm so glad that you heard back from your uncle. I know, like, communications have been down for quite some time. We're fine, there's nothing we can do. Yeah.
Mass destruction are found in Iraq. This is a fragment of a 2009 U.S. State Department cable released by WikiLeaks. Netanyahu tells members of Congress that Iran is 1 or 2 years away from being capable of developing nuclear weapons.
They're online.
It's 2012, and Netanyahu is holding up his infamous cartoon bomb at the UN General Assembly.
By next spring, at most by next summer, at current enrichment rates, they will have finished the medium enrichment and move on to the final stage. From there, it's only a few months, possibly a few weeks, before they get enough enriched uranium for the first bomb.
And now, 33 years after Netanyahu's first so-called imminent warning, Israel attacks Iran.
And if not stopped,
Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year.
Now, I want to really emphasize here, this video is not from today. This video is from last year. It's from 8 months ago. From the attack when, you know, we were supposedly obliterated their nuclear capacity. So, like, it's just always been a bullshit excuse. So, part of it is settler colonialism, you know. Another part of it is Iran backs a lot of the groups that oppose Israel in the process of trying to build a greater Israel. Part of it is just personal animus against Iran on the part of Netanyahu. You know, part of it is the relationship between Iran and groups like Hamas, in particular. So that's why did he show a cartoon bomb? Because he was talking about how Iran was going to get a nuclear bomb and how close they were to a cartoonishly large bomb. Like, it's... I gotta tell you, there's not a good reason here. There's not a good reason. It's just kind of... Like, it's been so long that he's hated Iran, like, it's just another thing to hate. It's another thing to redirect, you know, the Israeli population's attention from the fact that Netanyahu is still in power. Like, I want to remind you all, it was like 4 years ago that Netanyahu tried to pass a bill that basically would have made him dictator for life with authority over the judicial branch of their government. And there were massive, massive protests. And one of the reasons he doubled down so hard after October 7th and turned this into a forever conflict with Gaza, you know, forever genocide, is because he needs to maintain the war posture of Israel in order to maintain his position as head of Israel. Otherwise, he goes to prison. And in my mind, this is just another way for him to, you know, stoke the war effort for Israel. Like, that's it. His Dark Angel, yeah. Yep, you are correct. Explosions are being heard in Kuwait. Qatar is getting warning signals on their phones. Iran's Foreign Affairs Ministry is saying that they've been attacked. Their territorial integrity and national sovereignty is being attacked, including defensive infrastructure and non-military locations in various cities across the country. And they're saying that this is a violation of international law and the UN Charter. Nightlight plushie Jesus? Yes, indeed. So yeah, I mean, I do want to point out they are correct. They have the right to defend themselves under international law from this attack, and that this attack from Israel and the United States is a breaking of the UN Charter. Let's go USA. I support my country. You support your country doing an illegal war and gambling with the lives of your countrymen? What, like, for no reason? That's fucking stupid, bro. That's fucking stupid. Stop it. That's like saying, well, you can only be patriotic if you throw a person into the wood chipper, and I support my country, so here I go, throwing my own grandfather into the wood chipper. I'm a patriot, are you? And I'm just sitting here like, it's not patriotic to throw your grandpa, an American citizen, into a wood chipper, bro. It's fucking stupid. Explosions in Qatar.
If I am not mistaken, we are average 1.5 indiscriminately bombing a country per year, and that will only continue or increase if we don't impeach Trump.
Yeah. Oh, good looking out. I'll check out ABC Australia. Oh, good. Australian federal government. We support the United States. Thanks, Anthony Albanese. So good. So we really needed the support to do fucking terrorism. Okay, according to Bahrain, the U.S. Navy fleet has been targeted by a missile attack, not necessarily the shipyard or military base. They attacked the military base as well as the fleet? Interesting. Iran has apparently targeted U.S. military bases across the Persian Gulf states, in Qatar, Kuwait, UAE, Bahrain. As of 9 minutes ago, Israeli jets are raiding ballistic missile sites across western Iran. Oh, God. Wait, did they touch the boats? Unknown. We're not really getting a whole lot of reports of about the degree or extent of damages at this point. So it's unknown at this time. For a lot of, both for the initial strikes against Iran and Iran's retaliation, it's unknown exactly how effective any of this is.
I'm ashamed of my country joining in on this.
Yeah. Matthew H. I'm ashamed of my country fucking doing this. Al Jazeera reporting 2 more explosions heard in Qatar, in Doha. Four U.S. American strikes have hit an area southwest of Baghdad. Oh, likely due to some connection with Hezbollah. Uh, 4 minutes ago, the great test of history has arrived. The people of Iran are proud that they did everything possible to prevent war. Just as we were ready for negotiations, we are more prepared than ever to defend the Iranian nation. Oh boy. Oh, that's okay. Israeli military spokesman is calling on all residents near military installations in Iran to leave those areas. So they're planning to do a this isn't war? I don't think that's correct. The US and Israel are attacking Iran, and Iran is attacking like 5 different countries at once in response. Not ashamed of the USA, I'm ashamed of our government. Key difference. I think it's a difference with that distinction. Here we go. We got some footage here. So this is Tehran. People trying to go about their day. God. Yeah, you're right, Ms. Molina. Like their entire plan is to just say, you should evacuate around the military bases, and then just like fucking carpet bomb the area. How can they just go on like nothing is happening? I'd panic. Because you gotta get to where you want to go. You gotta like, like that's one of the weird parts about like occupation or war. Like life continues to go on. You gotta go to work. You gotta pay the bills. Like at a certain point, it's kind of like, well, I gotta do what I gotta do. And you just keep your head down and carry on. You know? Panic can only be sustained for so long. Also, it's a country that's been through local wars. My stepmom used to tell me about how every night during the war with Iraq, there would be 2 missiles that struck Tehran. They could hear them. They never knew where they would land every night. Yeah. Celestial Heart. Yes, it did. Came from the Blitz. World War II. explosions reported in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. In Urmia in western Iran. We now have some video of the explosion in Bahrain at the Fifth Fleet headquarters.
Missile threat warning. A closet shelter immediately. Shelter in place. Missile threat warning. A closet shelter immediately. Shelter in place. Missile threat warning.
So like a pretty big missile hit, it looks like. You know, I'm not an expert on these things, but that looks like a fucking serious hit right there. This is going pear-shaped quickly. Yeah, I mean, like, Trump knew that it was going to go pear-shaped quickly. It's why he talked about, you know, some of you may die, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. You know, like he did a fucking Lord Farquaad in his speech, you know? More explosions in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Iran has confirmed target sites. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, Al Salem Air Base in Kuwait, Al Dhafra Air Base in UAE, and the 5th U.S. base in Bahrain have been targeted by Iran's missile attacks. So that seems to be what's going on here. They're specifically trying to cripple the U.S. ability to respond in the area. Would this finally push the senators to impeach Trump? Unfortunately, no. Because Republican senators love this shit. This is the first time Lindsey Graham has felt something since the last time he saw a Broadway musical. Oh, that's true. Lindsey Graham was giddy over Venezuela. That's true. Oh, look. Donald Trump is truthing. Iran tried to interfere in 2024 elections to stop Trump and now faces renewed war with the United States. Oh, okay. Iran tried to steal the 2020 election and the 2024 election. Thanks for keeping us updated, Trump. What is even this article? I'm sorry, what is this news website? Before you go, please help support honest journalism. All right. I just want to know, like, what this website is. They have shows? Unlock unlimited access. Are you tired of ads while reading exclusive breaking news from award-winning journalist John Solomon? Who's John Solomon? Let's see. Reputational damage? Oh, back in 2007, he had earned a reputation for hyping stories without a solid foundation. So basically, just throughout his entire career, people called him lazy and untruthful. Cool.
Wrote a memo for the administration early on, which I sent to the White House and to the Justice Department, which I never got a response from them about, which bothered me immensely because it showed the lack of seriousness and organization. It is very clear that President Trump and private citizen Trump was the victim of a brazen plot conspiracy to deny him his civil rights, both as a candidate in 2016, as a private citizen thereafter, and as a candidate in 2020. The most shocking thing to me that there has been no discussion whatsoever of the famous Susan Rice memo on January the 20th, 2017, which she sent to herself, establishing that on January 5th, President Obama, Vice President Biden, John Brennan, Clapper, the director of the FBI, the DOJ Attorney General, met in the Oval Office and discussed an investigation into the incoming president of the United States, and the only thing...
Okay, but this has nothing to do with Iran. Okay. Oh, Trump briefed on real and specific assassination threats from Iran. Okay. From 2 years ago. So, this just seems like pretty par for the course. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it wouldn't surprise me if Iran has had, you know, plans to try and attempt to kill, like, the last 5 presidents we've had. This is not a useful or good article at all, but okay. Thanks, Trump. Thanks for letting us know, buddy. We're glad you're up with us at 3 o'clock in the morning doing the hard work of posting. Let's see, what do we got? Iran makes war preparations with Iraqi militias? 2 officials with different Iran-backed militias in Iraq told the Associated Press that a meeting took place 2 months ago between Iranian officials and allied Iraqi militias to make plans for a response in case Iran was attacked, including distributing tasks among the Iraqi armed groups. The officials spoke on conditions of anonymity because they were not authorized to comment publicly. One of the officials said it was decided that the response would target U.S. forces and interests in Iraq's semi-autonomous northern Kurdish region and in neighboring Jordan. U.S. troops have vacated bases where they were previously stationed in Iraq in areas under the control of the central government in Baghdad as a result of an agreement to end the military mission in Iraq of an American-led coalition fighting the Islamic State, but they remain in the Kurdish region. One of the most prominent Iraqi militias, Kataib Hezbollah, on Thursday issued a public statement urging its fighters to be prepared to engage in a war of attrition that may be prolonged and exceed the expectations of the U.S. administration. It also issued a warning to the Kurdish regional government in Iraq against collaborating with hostile foreign forces that could threaten its security in future. Okay, so this is going to get a lot bigger than just Iran. Cool. Another explosion heard in Abu Dhabi. The King Fahd Air Base in Saudi Arabia has been hit. Oh boy. Loud explosion heard in Tehran. Turkish Airlines is canceling flights to multiple destinations across the Middle East, including Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, Oman, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Iran, and Jordan. Boy. Yep, call your elected officials, folks. Demand impeachment against this motherfucker. Iraq and Yemen have joined Iran and are attacking multiple locations. That's not the case. Yemen's response is slated to begin tonight. It has not begun yet. The Houthis have said that they are going to resume attacks on the Strait of Hormuz, as well as sending missiles towards Israel. Iraq has not said that they are going to attack Iran or attack Israel. What they have said is that there are militias in Iraq that are working with Iran. So those are the things that are happening there. Who hit Dubai? Iran. Call your elected official even if they're Republican. I don't give a shit. Norway put out a statement saying the attack is described by Israel as a preventative strike, but it is not in line with international law. Preventative attacks require an immediate, imminent threat. And Norway is trying to get diplomatic solutions back on the table. I feel like this is going to be an embarrassment for Trump. Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is. There is no win state here for him. UAE is reporting at least one person has been killed. And the UAE is saying that it reserves its full right to respond to this escalation. Well, I think it's going to backfire because no one really has a desire for this conflict. And also, they're not going to be able to achieve any of their goals. So, I don't exactly see what the win condition is here for them. Germany was given a heads up that this was going to happen, apparently. They just make shit up. They do it every time. Yeah, but the reason Venezuela went over well was because they actually got Maduro, you know? In this particular case, they're not getting shit. Like, they're not getting anything. There's not going to be like a
They're
thing they can hold up and say, we won.
Everyone call your elected officials and start organizing on the local level for both electoral and community direct support. 5calls.org. Peepo hug.
Thank you so much, Cliff. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it. A U.S. official is saying the airstrikes will not last hours but days. No casualties reported from the strike targeting U.S. base in Bahrain. Okay, so we're not at war? We're not officially at war, because that would take Congress meeting together and declaring war. But, you know, I don't really I don't really know what else you call it when the president unilaterally announces a multi-day bombing campaign of another country, and then that other country is retaliating by attacking us and, surrounding countries. So, like, it's not technically war, but I'm pretty sure Iran considers us at war. Oh no, Shadowmar, they also struck at the Fifth Fleet itself. No reports on damage on that one. But they hit both the naval base as well as the fleet. I double-checked, just to be sure. Witnesses were describing attacks directed towards the fleet, so I don't know what to tell you. That makes sense. Thank you for the clarification. Just fucking chaos. Syria is in the process of closing its airspace. UAE and Bahrain very upset about missiles 2 killed in Iraq. Oh, it is an understatement, Ms. Milena. They're very angry. U.S. bodies or local nationals. The ones killed in Iraq are related to the Iraqi militia headquarters that was targeted by the United States and Israel, and the person killed in the UAE, unknown. Trump did not notify Congress that he was going to do these strikes. This run, no, I'm not usually on this late. Oh yeah, no, Lady Ringclad, I wasn't memeing. He literally did the "some of you may die" bit from Lord Farquaad. We have confirmed deaths. We have confirmed deaths. Jordan is talking about shooting down missiles in its territory. Apparently, the express highway outside of Tehran is choked with traffic from people trying to flee.
In the UK here, whenever Jack is on in the morning, I know more shit has gone down.
Shit has definitely gone down. That is a accurate statement to make at this point in time.
Missile threat warning.
Yeah, that's footage we already saw. Malaysia is condemning the strikes on Iran. And Israel is trying to now justify its attack on Iran, saying that they detected a sharp acceleration in Iran's production of ballistic missiles. And they were starting to make dozens of ballistic missiles a month. So, you know. Okay. Jayla Rose, get good sleep, okay? Trump is apparently not going to address, well, is going to address the nation later today, but No exact time is given. God. So now they renege on their claim that they near destroy. Yeah, 100%. Their claim that they destroyed like their nuclear capacity and like their missile manufacturing capacity. It was all bullshit. Yeah. The Iraqi foreign minister said that he received a call from his Iranian counterpart to clarify that any attacks done through the Iraqi militia backed by Iran would be to target U.S. bases and not any Iraqi infrastructure out of a desire for self-defense. So that's happening. Australia is really excited to say, "Oh, hey, we support these attacks." I guess because they're putting out another statement saying so. Oh, of course. Lindsey Graham and John Fetterman praise U.S. action in Iran. God, our country is so disappointing sometimes. The Kurds are fucked right now again. Yeah. Yeah. Yet again, the Kurds fight alone. Oh yeah, I almost forgot we betrayed the Kurds. Specifically, Trump betrayed the Kurds. Like, he's screwed them over so many ways. It's really frustrating. The UAE on the issue of the missile that was intercepted says the relevant authorities also dealt with debris falling on a residential area in Abu Dhabi, resulting in some material damage. And again, this is a quote, the death of an Asian national. So that's the identity of the person in the UAE. I don't know exactly why one would say an Asian national, but rather than like their actual country of origin, but I'm just quoting to you guys what the UAE put out there, okay? I know Asia's not a country, but yeah. Folks, we've been going for about 6 hours now. If you have been getting anything out of this, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. I'm not going to say if you enjoyed this, but consider supporting the show as well. Subs, donos, memberships, super chats, they all help a lot to make this show possible, and I appreciate each and every one of you that has helped make that a reality. Air India is suspending flights.
Thank you, Jack. You're basically my primary source of news now, and I appreciate your work.
Kara Valmijar, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate it, and the kind words. Very, very much. Yeah, thanks for keeping us updated on during these intense moments. Yeah, it's a lot of information to sift through in real time. Celestial Heart, thank you for the $10 super chat.
I am decidedly not enjoying this, but I appreciate you anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. That's more than fair. Man, some of these outlets are reporting things that I talked about like 2 hours ago. Live UA map hasn't updated at all in the last like 20 minutes. Al Jazeera is still updating, but nothing of note. Oh, the Israeli military is apparently calling up 70,000 reserve soldiers in the coming hours and days. Cool stuff. Allegedly mostly for air defense purposes, but we'll see. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's been posting. As Georgia prosecutor pursued Trump, Biden DOJ invited her to get lucrative grant, memo shows. I'm not going to click on this. I think it's the Voice of America for Iran, but cool stuff. He's just late night grandpa posting now. Can't sleep? Yeah. Apparently, explosions have resumed in Tehran, according to Al Jazeera. So, another wave of bombing is taking place across Iran. I can't wait for the day to come. It's gonna be such a good party, Lady Rainclad. Fucking freak can't even focus on the war he started, right? Like he really is like a fucking freak, right? Like it is just unconscionable that we've allowed a senile old fool to lead us into a war with another country. Well, thank you very much for the $2 super chat, Devil Doll. I can tell that I'm getting tired because my tongue is like tripping up as I say my words sometimes. So I will have to go to bed in the near future. Not quite yet. We'll probably go for another like 30-40 minutes. But I'll attempt to do my best. You know. First reported injury or confirmed injury from Israel. According to Al Jazeera, a 9-story building was hit in northern Israel, leaving a man with injuries after he was struck by shrapnel from interceptor missiles. So far, a lot of the casualties seem to be relatively minor, but like infrastructure damage is being done. So hopefully
To quote a little-known video game, nobody liked that.
Yeah. I'm just hoping that the outcome of this is that the damage is not so severe that, like, both parties can save face without escalation. You know? Like, if both the United States and Iran get locked into, well, we need to escalate to save face, this just doesn't end well for anybody. You know? I mean, the alternative Nega Ren Gen X 2 to lift is you know, I was worried initially when reports began to come out that like Iran was attacking several different countries. My worry was that they were targeting the oil fields, and I feel like that's like something that they could do as a last resort, you know? And that would have a global effect, you know? Ukraine is blaming Iran. Not surprising, I suppose. Oh, Iran's National Security Council has issued a statement urging citizens to leave Tehran and major cities that face an attack. Which folks are speculating is both to keep collateral damage low, but also to prevent any mass like uprising against the government. So that would be the upside for Iran in this case. Yeah, and like The Guardian is putting out a pretty good analysis here, essentially saying, quote, this assault in the middle of a second negotiation process must torpedo the chances of the Iranian regime ever taking a U.S. offer of talks seriously. They have been stung twice. As one Iranian Telegram channel put it, once again, the U.S. attacked while Iran was pursuing diplomacy. Once again, diplomacy does not work with the terrorist state of the U.S. Which, yeah, I mean, that makes sense from their point of view, you know? Oh. Iran's state news agency says that an Israeli missile hit an elementary school and killed 5. Five of the students. An elementary girls' school in Manab. Fuck, man. I got a not fed post. Oh my god, yeah. They'll swear Hamas was hiding in it. Oh yeah, maybe that elementary school is where Iran had their nuclear missile program. Fuck, man. Syria has now completely closed its airspace after initially announcing it was only going to close the southern airspace of Syria for 12 hours. It's now fully closing all of its airspace, seemingly indefinitely. The AP speculating at what oil futures could be. God. They got Ali Vaiz, who directs the Iran project at the International Crisis Group, who warned that the war could likely escalate. He stressed that Iran had been preparing for this conflict and that war could break out across the entire Middle East. He also stressed that the war could lead to higher energy costs, which, Donald Trump has specifically billed the entire American economy on bringing oil costs down. But Ali pointed out Iran sits along the Strait of Hormuz, through which roughly a fifth of the world's oil supply passes. So, yep. God damn, it all keeps coming back to the oil, doesn't it? Spain is going out there and urging a respect for international law. God. Okay, we are getting an update on potential casualties from the initial strike. Which is that Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was not in Tehran at the time of the attack and was in a secure location already. However, several senior Revolutionary Guard commanders and political officials were killed in the strikes. We don't know exactly who those are or what their rank would be, but several prominent members of Iran's leadership were killed. Thistles for Eyes, the Al Jazeera is where I saw the report. And it is coming from Iran's state-run IRNA news agency. But also, there's not a whole lot of sources within Iran outside of their own reporting agencies. And as of a minute ago, Al Jazeera is reporting another wave of Iranian missiles is being fired at Israel. I do wonder how much of this is to overwhelm Iron Dome defenses, exhaust, ammunition supplies. Yeah, I suspect we're not going to get a whole lot of information about damage that Iran is doing until kind of the fog of war clears on these initial attacks, but yeah. Wonder what the likelihood or danger of strikes on American soil is. It's very low. Iran does not have the military capability of launching a missile and hitting the United States. However, I would say that any kind of retaliation along those lines would be probably more like a infiltration by like a terrorist cell and like a longer term, counterattack in that capacity. Monica G, thanks for being a member. Appreciate it. Explosions are now being heard in Tel Aviv, though, again, damage unknown. How many? Unknown. Would it be like a 9/11? It could be like a 9/11. But, again, we'll have to see how things go here. Quasi-Spec, thanks for subscribing. Thank you for the 56 months you've been a part of this community. Damn. One of the OGs. Monica G, speaking of another G, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Incredibly, incredibly generous of you. Thank you so goddamn much. Well, I don't think Israel's goal is regional stability, My worry is that Trump gets Putin to attack us and give him his excuse to suspend elections. That's not going to happen. What happened? Israel and the United States launched a surprise assault on Iran. And now Iran is responding, and Israel's responding to the responses, and the United States is responding. It's a whole lot of blowing up people. A lot of bombs. What does the average person even do about this? Call your elected representatives. Unironically, like call your elected representative and your senators and tell them to impeach this motherfucker. Like, let them know that you're angry and that you want them to impeach Donald Trump over this illegal and unjust war. Was it really a surprise? I mean, they were in the middle of negotiating. Like, they were still talking with Iranian officials. Like, even if you think that the negotiations aren't going to go anywhere, if somebody punches you in the face while you're talking with them about, you know, how you can go forward during a divorce, like, yeah, that's going to be unexpected, even if the hostility isn't. No negotiation while bringing up the carriers? Yeah. Yes. One should not make idle threats in a negotiation, and this was not an idle threat, and hey, guess what? Now it's being enacted. Like, I get the feeling, like, when I try to explain this, people are just assuming, like, huh, well, of course they saw it coming. Of course. And it's like, yes, their military apparatus is sophisticated. Yeah, they would be able to assume from everything that Donald Trump has said and done that this would be an underhanded trick. And yet, they still came to the negotiating table because they wanted on to take that off chance that maybe the negotiation was in good faith. And surprise, surprise, the football got pulled away again. We're not surprised. But the reason I'm saying attack during the negotiation, a surprise attack, is because there was still the pretext of negotiation. The entire pretext of negotiation was to secure some minor element of surprise, which again ruins any future attempts to negotiate anything with the United States. Like, it's why we didn't kill Ayatollah Khamenei, all right? He wasn't in Tehran because they thought something like this might happen. We didn't kill nearly as much of the military leadership as we thought we would because they thought something like this might happen. But, like, I feel like I'm on crazy pills when I'm like, yeah, we did a sneak attack on Iran. We did an underhanded move. They're in the middle of negotiating with them and attacked them. And then people are like, huh, well, was it really a sneak? And I'm just like, yes, of course it was a sneak attack. Fuck. Make me quote, like, fucking Mr. Kim from Kim's Convenience. This is a reference for all you Canadians. How old is the Ayatollah? He's like 88. Some non-Canadians got it? Good, because Kim's Convenience is a delightful show that everyone should watch. Okay, I feel like I need to end stream soon because my frustration is rising with chat in a way that's probably not commiserate with the level I should be frustrated with you guys. I'm really confused about you guys talking about Khamenei when I was talking about Khamenei. They're two different guys, just very similar names. Khamenei, Khomeini, two different guys. Oof. I apologize, that wasn't my intended tone. No, it's okay. I'm the one getting frustrated, and I've been awake for far too long. It's 5 o'clock in the morning for me. It's okay, guys. I understand my frustration is mostly with the limitations of my body. Okay. I appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for tuning in. I'm sorry we didn't get to all of the topics that we were supposed to get to tonight. Yeah. I'm gonna go to bed, Lady Raincloud. I'm sorry. So I wish I had a better way to, you know, wrap all this up. I don't. This is all just really, really awful. And I appreciate all of you sticking with me, and I hope you guys will join the Discord, join up with your local Dems, join up with your local DSA, and maybe together we can build a sane world where good things happen instead of just terrible, awful war crimes from this administration. So, all that being said, folks, let's keep on going.
What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.